Imagine a fire in the dark, not the fire of a city or a settlement, not a hearth in a permanent house or a torch in a temple precinct. A fire on open ground, in the open air, on the edge of a coastline. The ocean is close enough that you can hear it. The rhythm of waves on a rocky shore, the smell of salt in the wind. The sky overhead is enormous and clear, the Milky Way visible as a broad river of light from horizon to horizon. Around the fire, perhaps 30 people, men, women, children. They are anatomically modern. If you could see their faces, you would recognize them as human in the full sense, with the same proportions, the same brow, the same capacity for expression that you see in any face today. They are speaking. You cannot understand the language, but the cadence is unmistakable. Conversation, argument, story, laughter. This is East Africa, approximately 70,000 years ago. And these 30 people, or a group very much like them, in a location not far from this one, are among the last of their kind. Not because they are about to die, not because their fire will be extinguished tonight, or their food will run out, or their enemies will find them, but because the species they belong to, the species we belong to, has been reduced by whatever combination of catastrophes and pressures and bad luck to a population so small that its survival is genuinely uncertain. How small? The genetic evidence, the specific signatures preserved in the DNA of every living human being, suggests that the effective breeding population of our species passed through a bottleneck at some point around 60 to 80,000 years ago. The specific number is debated, but the range that the evidence most consistently points toward is somewhere between 10,000 and 100,000 individuals. 10,000 to 100,000 people on the entire Earth. For comparison, there are more people in a medium-sized modern city than there were in the entire human species at its lowest point. Tonight, we are going to sit with that number, with what it means, with the evidence that led us to it, the debates that surround it, the specific catastrophe that may have caused it, and the extraordinary story of how the survivors, whoever they were, wherever they were, carried something forward for the rest of us. My name is Arthur, and tonight we are going to go back to the edge of extinction. Before we do, hello to whoever is listening right now. I don't know where you are in the world. I don't know whether you're lying in bed with the light off, or sitting somewhere quiet, or whether this is the first time you've joined me, or whether you've been here from the beginning of the series. Either way, welcome. Tonight's question is different from the ones we've been asking in recent weeks. We have been exploring the emergence of civilization and the great cities of the ancient world, the Sumerians and the Egyptians and the Indus Valley. Tonight, we are going much further back, before writing, before cities, before agriculture, before any of the things we normally associate with human history. We are going back to a moment when there almost was no human history, when the species that would eventually produce all of that came very close to not surviving. Leave a comment if you feel moved to. Tell me where you are and what time it is. And if you want to be here every time I find something worth sitting with in the dark, the subscribe button is just there. Let me start with some context, because the bottleneck makes more sense when you understand what came before it. Anatomically modern humans, people whose skeletons would be indistinguishable from ours, people whose brains had the same architecture and the same capacity for language and abstract thought and symbolic expression, first appear in the fossil record in Africa at approximately 300,000 years ago. Some researchers, based on the most recent fossil discoveries in Morocco, push the date back further, to perhaps 315,000 years ago. 300,000 years. That is the span of our species' existence on Earth before the bottleneck we are discussing tonight. 300,000 years of human beings living in Africa, hunting, gathering, making tools, using fire, caring for their young, burying their dead, almost certainly telling stories. Before the catastrophe reduced the population to its minimum. This is important context because it means the bottleneck was not the beginning of our story. It was a crisis in the middle of an already long story. The species was not new and fragile. It was 300,000 years old. It had survived the volatile climate of the African Pleistocene, the periodic expansions and contractions of the African savanna, the repeated oscillations of wet and dry that characterized the climate of the continent across the glacial-interglacial cycles. And then, approximately 70,000 years ago, something happened that nearly ended it. What was a population bottleneck in the biological sense? A population bottleneck occurs when the size of a population is dramatically reduced by catastrophe, by disease, by habitat loss, by some combination of stresses, and then recovers from a small founding group. The key feature of a bottleneck is not just the reduction itself, but the genetic consequences of the reduction. When a large population is reduced to a small one, most of the genetic variation present in the original large population is lost. The small founding group carries only a fraction of the genetic diversity that the original population had. When the population subsequently recovers and expands, the new large population is built from the limited genetic material of the founding group. It may eventually become very large again, but it will be genetically less diverse than the pre-bottleneck population. This loss of diversity is irreversible in the short to medium term. You cannot get back the genetic variants that were lost when the bottleneck occurred unless new mutations arise over subsequent generations. A slow process that takes thousands of years to significantly restore diversity. The genetic signature of a bottleneck, therefore, is low diversity in the present population relative to what would be expected from a population of its size. And that is precisely what geneticists find when they study the genomes of modern human beings. We are, as a species, genetically remarkably uniform. More uniform than any other great ape. More uniform than chimpanzees, gorillas, or orangutans, all of which have much smaller current populations than humans, but significantly higher genetic diversity. Two chimpanzees chosen at random from the same forest in Central Africa are, on average, more genetically different from each other than any two human beings chosen at random from anywhere on Earth. Let me say that again because it deserves to be heard clearly. A chimpanzee in Central Africa is more different genetically from its neighbor in the same forest than a person born in Iceland is from a person born in Papua New Guinea. The entire genetic diversity of the human species, all 8 billion of us distributed across every continent, speaking thousands of languages, living in every climate from Arctic tundra to equatorial rainforest, is less than the genetic diversity within a single population of chimpanzees. This is the signature of the bottleneck. The evidence that at some point, not that long ago in evolutionary terms, our lineage passed through a very narrow opening. And we are all, every one of us without exception, the descendants of the people who made it through. What specifically happened? What caused the bottleneck? The evidence points toward a specific event, or a specific combination of events, that we will explore in detail in the parts of tonight's journey that follow. But before we get to the specific cause, I want to spend more time with the significance of the bottleneck itself, with what it means that we came this close. Population geneticists use a specific concept called the effective population size, sometimes abbreviated NE, to describe the population size implied by the level of genetic diversity in a current population. The effective population size is not the same as the actual census population. It reflects the number of individuals who actually contributed genetically to subsequent generations, accounting for variations in reproductive success, sex ratios, and other factors. The effective population size of humans, calculated from the genetic diversity of modern populations, is approximately 10,000. This does not mean that the human population was never larger than 10,000 individuals. It means that the genetic diversity we carry today is consistent with a founding population of approximately 10,000 effectively breeding individuals. The actual population at the time of the bottleneck may have been larger than 10,000. Some individuals may have been present but not reproduced, or reproduced without their lineages surviving to the present. The effective population size is a lower bound on the actual population size, not an exact measurement. But even accounting for this uncertainty, the bottleneck was severe. The evidence is consistent with the human population being reduced at some point to a number of breeding individuals that was small enough to produce the low genetic diversity we observe today. Small enough that a single disease outbreak, a single period of prolonged drought, a single catastrophic event of the right magnitude could have ended the human story entirely. We came close, very close, and the people who made it through, whoever they were, whatever they experienced, whatever kept them alive when others did not survive, are the ancestors of every person who has ever lived since. They are your ancestors. And tonight, we are going to try to understand what they went through. Let me spend more time with the deep prehistory of the species before the bottleneck, because it is important for understanding how extraordinary the bottleneck was. The earliest anatomically modern humans we have fossil evidence for were living in what is now Morocco, at a site called Jebel Irhoud, approximately 315,000 years ago. These individuals had the rounded, high-domed skull characteristic of modern humans, the specific cranial architecture that accommodates the enlarged frontal lobes associated with language, planning, and social cognition. Though their faces were still somewhat more robust than the average modern human face. For the next 250,000 years, from roughly 300,000 to 50,000 years ago, modern humans remained confined to Africa. They were not a single unified population during this period. Africa is a large continent with diverse environments, and the African populations of early modern humans were themselves diverse, occupying different ecological zones, developing different local traditions, occasionally mixing with each other, and occasionally becoming isolated. The genetic evidence suggests that the deepest divergences within the modern human lineage, the splits between the major African population groups, occurred during this long African period. The San people of southern Africa, whose ancestors have been in sub-Saharan Africa for the longest continuously documented time, carry genetic variants that diverged from other African lineages perhaps 100,000 years or more ago. This deep African genetic diversity is part of what makes the bottleneck so striking. The populations that existed before the bottleneck carried a range of genetic variation accumulated over hundreds of thousands of years. And then, at approximately 70,000 years ago, much of that diversity was lost. The bottleneck compressed the variation of the entire pre-bottleneck population into the genetic inheritance of the small founding group that survived. The survivors were probably not a single, isolated population that had never mixed with others. More likely, they were a subset of the broader African human population, a group or groups that happened to be in the right place, with the right resources, at the right time to survive whatever it was that reduced the population to its minimum. And from that small group, all of humanity descended. Think about what that means for a moment. Every human being who has ever lived after the bottleneck Every person in every civilization we have explored in this series. Every pharaoh and every Sumerian scribe and every Harappan beadmaker. Every person who ever pressed a seal into clay, or stood at the base of the Great Pyramid, or listened to the flood stories of their grandparents. All of them descended from the small group of survivors. All of us are cousins, not metaphorically, genetically, more closely related to each other than would be expected from our population size. Bound together by a shared ancestry that goes back to a moment when there were barely enough of us left to continue the story. The bottleneck is the deepest shared experience in human history. Before the flood myths, before the Younger Dryas, before the emergence of civilization, there was this, the near ending, the moment when the thread almost broke, and it held. Tonight, we are going to try to understand why. But before we move into the evidence and the hypotheses and the debates, I want to stay a little longer with the fire. The 30 people around that fire on the East African coast did not know they were significant. They were not the last survivors in any dramatic sense they could perceive. They were a community, a group of families probably, a social unit of the kind that humans have always organized themselves into. They had their hierarchies and their alliances and their conflicts and their affections. They had their routines, the daily work of finding food, maintaining tools, caring for children, tending the fire. They had probably been living in roughly this place or moving seasonally through a familiar range of coastal territory for generations. Their grandparents had lived here. Their grandparents' grandparents had lived here. The specific stretch of coastline, the rocky intertidal zones where the shellfish were found, the caves and overhangs that offered shelter from the wind, the freshwater sources that made this particular stretch more habitable than the dry interior, was as known to them as any landscape is to a people who have lived in it for generations. The world beyond their range was largely unknown. They would have had some knowledge of neighboring groups, through occasional encounters, through the trading relationships that exchanged specific materials over long distances, through the stories that moved along social networks, as they always have. But the world beyond the coastal range was, for practical purposes, not their concern. They did not know that the world beyond their range was emptying. They did not know that the forests 100 kilometers inland had thinned dramatically, that the grasslands of the interior had contracted, that the populations that had lived in those environments had declined or disappeared. They did not know that the specific combination of circumstances that was making the rest of the world less hospitable to human life was, by some combination of luck and geography, sparing their stretch of coast. They were just living, and in living, in fishing and gathering shellfish and making tools and maintaining social bonds and telling stories around the fire, they were doing everything necessary to ensure that the species would continue. Not because they intended to, not because they understood the stakes, but because those activities, the specifically human activities of social cooperation and tool use and symbolic communication, were sufficient in the specific context of the coastal refugia to sustain a viable population through whatever the world was going through. The fire is the image I keep returning to. Not because it is the most significant thing about the survivors. The tools are more significant, the social networks are more significant, the ecological knowledge is more significant. But because the fire is the most human thing about them, the most familiar. Humans have been making fire for at least 1 million years, possibly longer. The specific use of fire, the deliberate creation of controlled combustion, the maintenance of a flame through the night, the gathering of a social group around the warmth and light that fire provides, is one of the oldest and most universal human practices. And the fire on the East African coast 70,000 years ago was the same fire, the same practice, the same social function, the same gathering in the dark around the warmth and the light. You are doing something adjacent to that right now. Not a physical fire. The screen or the speaker is not a fire. But the gathering in the dark to hear a story, to think together about something large and old and strange, is the same impulse. The same specifically human impulse to find companions in the dark and to try to understand the world by talking about it. The survivors were doing that, and you are doing that. The thread between you and them is not just genetic, it is behavioral. It is the continuation of the practice of gathering in the dark to try to understand. That practice has been unbroken since the fire. We are still doing it, right now. Let me also spend some time with a specific detail about the fire itself, about what the maintenance of fire meant for the people around it, and why it matters for understanding the bottleneck. Fire is not free. It requires fuel. The constant sourcing of wood or dung or other combustible material, the work of gathering and transporting it to the fire site. It requires knowledge, knowing which materials burn well and which don't, how to build a fire that produces more heat and light and less smoke, how to keep a fire going in wind or rain. It requires attention, someone watching the fire, feeding it through the night, making sure the coals don't go out. In a small coastal population under stress, fire maintenance is a communal responsibility. Someone is always watching. Someone is always gathering fuel. The fire is a shared project. It belongs to everyone around it, and everyone around it contributes to it. The fire is, in this sense, one of the earliest expressions of the specifically human capacity for collective action toward shared goals. It requires trust, the trust that the person watching the fire tonight will still be watching it when you wake up. It requires cooperation, the willingness to do the unglamorous work of fuel gathering even when there are more immediately rewarding things to do. It requires communication, the coordination of who is responsible for what. All of these capacities, trust, cooperation, communication, are the same capacities that eventually produce language and social institutions and civilization. The fire is not just warmth and light, it is practice. It is the daily rehearsal of the social skills that the species will eventually need at much larger scales. The people around the Bottleneck fire were practicing civilization in the most literal sense. Not building it yet, there were no cities or writing or agriculture, not for another 60,000 years, but practicing the fundamental social capacities that make civilization possible. Every night around every fire for tens of thousands of years before the Bottleneck and through it and after it, human beings were practicing trust and cooperation and communication. And every night, the practice continued. Until one generation, the generation we are talking about tonight, found themselves doing it in a world that had contracted to a coastal strip, with only a few thousand others doing the same thing anywhere on Earth. They kept the fire going. And because they kept the fire going, we are here. Let me tell you how we know. The evidence for the human population bottleneck does not come from fossils. Fossils from 70,000 years ago are extraordinarily rare. The conditions required to preserve bone across that span of time are unusual, and the specific regions of Africa where our ancestors were most concentrated during this period are not generally favorable for fossil preservation. We have some fossils from this period, but not enough to directly measure population size. The evidence comes from genetics, from the specific patterns of variation in the DNA of living people, patterns that, when interpreted through the lens of population genetics, reveal the history of the population that produced them. To understand how this works, I need to spend some time with the specific types of genetic evidence that have been most important in reconstructing the bottleneck. The first and historically most important is mitochondrial DNA. Mitochondria are the energy-producing structures found in the cells of all complex organisms. They have their own genome, a small circular DNA molecule, quite separate from the chromosomal DNA in the cell nucleus. Mitochondrial DNA is inherited differently from nuclear DNA. It passes almost exclusively from mother to child, without the mixing and recombination that characterizes the inheritance of nuclear DNA. This means that your mitochondrial DNA is essentially identical to your mother's mitochondrial DNA, and to her mother's, and to her mother's, all the way back through an unbroken maternal line to the most recent common maternal ancestor of all living humans. Mutations accumulate in mitochondrial DNA at a roughly known rate, so the number of mutations separating any two individuals' mitochondrial DNA tells you approximately how long ago their maternal lines diverged. In 1987, a landmark paper by Rebecca Cann, Mark Stoneking, and Alan Wilson at the University of California, Berkeley, analyzed mitochondrial DNA from women around the world and reached a conclusion that generated immediate controversy. All human mitochondrial DNA, the paper argued, traced back to a single woman who lived in Africa approximately 200,000 years ago. This woman, quickly dubbed Mitochondrial Eve by journalists, though Cann and her colleagues had not used this name, was not the only woman alive at her time. She was simply the woman whose unbroken maternal line had survived to the present, while all other maternal lines had died out. Other women alive in her time may have had descendants, but those descendants at some point in the subsequent generations had only sons, and a son does not pass on his mitochondrial DNA. The concept of mitochondrial Eve is widely misunderstood. She is not the ancestor of all humans. We all have many ancestors from that period, men and women both. She is simply the most recent common maternal ancestor. The woman whose specific mitochondrial DNA, through an unbroken chain of daughters, reached every person alive today. The existence of mitochondrial Eve does not, by itself, imply a population bottleneck. Even a large population will eventually have a most recent common maternal ancestor. It's a mathematical inevitability. What does imply a bottleneck is the low overall diversity of human mitochondrial DNA compared to what would be expected from a population of our size and age. And that low diversity is what the data shows. The range of variation in human mitochondrial DNA is small. Smaller than in chimpanzees, smaller than in gorillas, smaller than in many species with much smaller current populations than humans. The mitochondrial diversity of the entire human species fits within a range that, for other species, would be consistent with a much smaller and more recent founding population. This was the first strong genetic evidence that something unusual had happened in human prehistory. That the species had passed through a period of dramatically reduced population. The second major line of genetic evidence comes from the Y chromosome. The Y chromosome is the sex-determining chromosome passed from father to son, analogous to mitochondrial DNA in that it is inherited without recombination, in a straight paternal line, and accumulates mutations at a roughly known rate. Analysis of Y chromosome variation in modern men reveals the equivalent of mitochondrial Eve on the paternal side. A Y chromosomal Adam, the most recent common paternal ancestor of all living men. Y chromosomal Adam and mitochondrial Eve did not live at the same time, did not know each other, and are not a couple in any meaningful sense. They are simply the most recent common ancestors in their respective lineages. The fact that they are both relatively recent, both within the last few 100,000 years, is itself evidence of the bottleneck. In a species with a stable, large population, the most recent common ancestors in any lineage would be expected to be much more ancient. The Y chromosome evidence confirms the mitochondrial evidence. Low diversity, recent common ancestor, the signature of a population that passed through a narrow opening. The third and most comprehensive line of evidence comes from autosomal DNA, the DNA contained in the chromosomes other than the sex chromosomes, which make up the vast majority of the genome and which are inherited from both parents. Whole genome sequencing, which became technically feasible and economically accessible in the 2000s and 2010s, has allowed geneticists to analyze hundreds of thousands and eventually millions of positions across the genome of individuals from populations around the world. The resulting datasets have transformed the field of human population genetics. What the autosomal data shows is consistent with the mitochondrial and Y chromosome evidence, but more detailed. The distribution of genetic variation across the genome tells a specific story about when and where populations split, how they mixed, and how large they were at different points in the past. The statistical methods for extracting this population history from genomic data have become increasingly sophisticated. The PSMC method, pairwise sequentially Markovian coalescent, published in 2011, allowed researchers to estimate effective population size across time from a single individual's genome. Applied to genomes from populations around the world, it revealed the same story. A population that was significantly larger in the period before approximately 70 to 80,000 years ago, reduced sharply during that period, and then gradually expanded. More recent methods, the MSMC, the SMC++, and others, have refined and extended this picture. The bottleneck appears consistently in the data across multiple populations using multiple methods. It is not an artifact of any specific analytical approach. It is a feature of the data itself. Let me now spend some time with the specific numbers, because they are important for understanding the scale of what happened. The effective population size of modern humans, the number implied by our current level of genetic diversity, is approximately 10,000. This figure has been remarkably consistent across different studies using different methods and different data sets since it was first estimated in the 1990s. 10,000. That is our knee, the effective breeding population implied by the genetic evidence. But what does this mean in terms of the actual census population at the bottleneck? The effective population size is typically much smaller than the census population. In a population where all individuals have equal reproductive success and there is no structure, the effective size equals the census size. But in real populations, where some individuals reproduce more than others, where the population is structured into groups with limited mixing, where sex ratios may be unequal, the effective size can be much smaller than the census size. A rule of thumb used by population geneticists is that the effective population size is typically around 10 to 20% of the census population. If this ratio applied during the bottleneck, the actual number of humans alive at the minimum would have been somewhere between 50,000 and 100,000. But this rule of thumb comes from modern populations and may not apply to the extreme conditions of a bottleneck. During a bottleneck, when the population has just been severely reduced, the effective size and the census size may be closer together than in normal conditions. The honest answer is that we do not know the actual census population at the bottleneck minimum. The genetic evidence gives us a consistent estimate of the effective population size, approximately 10,000. But the translation from effective size to actual size involves assumptions that introduce significant uncertainty. What we can say with confidence is that the effective breeding population of our species was, at some point around 70,000 years ago, dramatically smaller than it had been in the preceding period. and that this reduction is visible in every genome of every person alive today. The bottleneck is in your DNA right now, in the specific patterns of variation across your chromosomes, in the specific mitochondrial sequence that you inherited from your mother's 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 unbroken chain of mothers back to mitochondrial Eve. You carry the evidence of the near extinction in your cells, and so does every other person on Earth. This is the most intimate connection we have to the event we are exploring tonight. It is not a historical event that happened to other people. It is an event that happened to your ancestors, the specific individuals whose genes you carry, whose survival made your existence possible. The bottleneck is personal, in the most literal biological sense. Let me also spend some time with what the pattern of genetic diversity around the world tells us about the bottleneck, specifically about who survived and where they were. The deepest genetic lineages, the most divergent branches of the human family tree, are found in Africa. African populations, and particularly the indigenous populations of sub-Saharan Africa, carry more genetic diversity than populations anywhere else in the world. The San people of southern Africa, the Hadza of Tanzania, the Sandawe, the Mbuti, and other forest populations of Central Africa. These groups carry genetic variants that diverged from each other and from the rest of humanity tens of thousands of years ago. Non-African populations, by contrast, are genetically a subset of African diversity. The genetic variants found in Europeans, Asians, Australians, and the indigenous peoples of the Americas are all found in some African population. But Africa contains many additional variants that are not found outside the continent. This pattern, African populations being a superset of non-African genetic diversity, is the signature of the out-of-Africa dispersal. The populations that eventually left Africa and colonized the rest of the world were a subset of the African population, carrying a fraction of the total African genetic diversity. The out-of-Africa dispersal was itself a bottleneck, a secondary reduction in genetic diversity on top of whatever the original bottleneck produced. But the primary bottleneck, the reduction to the minimum effective population, occurred within Africa before the out-of-Africa dispersal. The survivors were African. They lived in Africa. They passed their genes to African descendants, some of whom eventually left Africa and became the ancestors of all non-African populations. Where in Africa? The geographic location of the bottleneck survivors is one of the most actively discussed questions in human population genetics. The answer that the current evidence most consistently points toward is the southern and eastern coast of Africa, the region where the Indian Ocean meets the African mainland, where coastal resources were available year-round, where the specific combination of marine food and terrestrial food could have sustained a small population through a period of severe environmental stress. It is a specific place, a specific coast. The ancestors of everyone who has ever lived since the bottleneck were, almost certainly, somewhere on that coast. And we will explore what they were doing there and what may have forced them to that last refuge in the parts of tonight's journey that follow. But first, let me spend more time with the specific researchers who built this picture, because the story of how we came to understand the bottleneck is itself one of the most interesting intellectual stories in modern science. Rebecca Cann was a graduate student at Berkeley in the early 1980s when she began working on the problem of human mitochondrial diversity under the supervision of Alan Wilson, one of the founders of molecular anthropology. Wilson had been doing pioneering work since the 1960s on the use of molecular evidence to reconstruct evolutionary relationships. His comparison of human and chimpanzee proteins in 1967 had suggested that the two species diverged much more recently than the fossil record then indicated. a finding that was eventually confirmed. The 1987 Nature paper by Kahn, Stoneking, and Wilson was a synthesis of years of work on mitochondrial DNA from 147 individuals from diverse geographic backgrounds. The analysis produced a phylogenetic tree, a branching diagram of how the different mitochondrial sequences were related to each other that had a specific structure. The deepest branches of the tree were all African. The non-African sequences formed a cluster nested within the African diversity. The paper's conclusion that all human mitochondrial DNA derived from a common ancestor who lived in Africa approximately 200,000 years ago was both revolutionary and immediately controversial. The controversy was not about the African origin per se, which had support from the fossil record. It was about the date, the method, and the interpretation. Critics questioned the statistical methods used to root the tree. They questioned the calibration of the mitochondrial molecular clock, the assumed rate at which mutations accumulate. They questioned whether the sample was representative. Over the following decade, the paper was criticized, revised, and eventually substantially confirmed by subsequent analyses with larger samples and more sophisticated methods. The controversy around the 1987 paper illustrates something important about how scientific understanding advances. The paper was not wrong in its broad conclusions. African origin, relatively recent common ancestor, low diversity implying a bottleneck, but it was imprecise in some of its specific claims. The process of criticism and revision that followed the paper produced a more robust understanding than the original paper alone could have achieved. This is science working as it should. Not the smooth, linear accumulation of confirmed truths, but the messy, contested, iterative process of evidence being gathered, interpreted, challenged, and revised until something like consensus emerges. The specific date of mitochondrial Eve has been revised substantially since the 1987 paper. More careful calibration of the mitochondrial clock and more recent analyses using larger samples and more sophisticated methods have pushed the date of the most recent common maternal ancestor to approximately 150 to 200,000 years ago. Older than the 1987 estimate, but still consistent with the broad picture of a relatively recent common ancestry. The work of geneticists like Sarah Tishkoff, whose research on African genetic diversity has dramatically expanded our understanding of the deepest branches of the human family tree, has confirmed and extended the picture. African populations are more genetically diverse than non-African ones. The deepest genetic divergences are in Africa. The pattern is consistent with a species that originated in Africa and whose populations subsequently passed through one or more bottlenecks. The specific shape of the bottleneck, when exactly it occurred, how severe it was, how quickly the population recovered, is still being refined as new methods are applied to growing genomic datasets. The broad outlines are clear, the specific details are still being worked out. This is the current state of the science. Not a finished picture, but a developing one. Each new genome sequenced, each new analytical method applied, each new ancient DNA sample analyzed adds detail to a picture that is more complete than it was 10 years ago, and will be more complete still in another 10. We are right now in the middle of the most rapid expansion of knowledge about human prehistory in history. The ancient DNA revolution, driven by the development of techniques for extracting and sequencing DNA from ancient bones and teeth, is transforming our understanding of the deep past at a pace that is difficult to keep up with. And the story we are exploring tonight, the bottleneck, the survivors, the near extinction, is one of the stories that this revolution is continually refining. Whatever you heard about human prehistory more than 10 years ago, is almost certainly incomplete, and quite possibly wrong in some of its specifics. The field is moving that fast, which means that what I'm telling you tonight is the best current understanding. But it is not the final word. The final word has not been written yet. And that uncertainty, far from being a problem, is one of the most exciting things about the field. We are discovering our own past in real time. Every year, a new ancient genome, a new site, a new date, a new piece of the puzzle. The picture is still assembling itself. And the picture it is assembling is one of a species that came very close to extinction, survived against the odds, and then spread across the entire surface of the Earth. That is the story we are in the middle of tonight. Let me also spend some time with what the genetic evidence tells us about the recovery, about the period after the bottleneck when the population began to expand again. The expansion was not immediate. Genetic evidence suggests that the human population remained small for thousands of years after the bottleneck minimum, perhaps for 10,000 years or more. This extended period of small population size would have had significant genetic consequences, compounding the diversity loss of the bottleneck itself. A population that stays small for a long time continues to lose genetic variation through the process of genetic drift, the random fluctuation in gene frequencies that is most powerful in small populations. Every generation in which the population is small is another generation in which some genetic variants are lost by chance. The extended period of small population after the bottleneck is why the diversity loss was so severe. It was not just the initial reduction that stripped the diversity. It was the prolonged recovery period during which the population remained small enough for drift to continue its work. Eventually, the genetics suggests somewhere between 50,000 and 40,000 years ago, the population began to expand more rapidly. This expansion corresponds to the period of the cultural acceleration we have discussed, the Still Bay, the Howison's Port, the beginning of the out of Africa dispersal. Something changed around this time that allowed the population to grow. What changed? The most likely answer is climate. The period from approximately 60 to 50,000 years ago saw a gradual amelioration of the extreme conditions that had produced and sustained the bottleneck. The volcanic winter effects of Toba had long since dissipated. The broader climate was entering a period of relative stability, not the warm, wet stability of the Holocene that would eventually produce agriculture, but a more hospitable environment than the crisis period. As the environment improved, the coastal refugia could support more people. More people meant more potential innovators, more cultural complexity, more opportunities for the kind of cumulative cultural evolution that eventually produces the impressive archaeological record of the post-bottleneck period. The expansion was slow at first, then it accelerated. Then, eventually, a small group left Africa and began the colonization of the rest of the world. And from that point, the expansion did not stop. It has not stopped yet. 8 billion people on the surface of a single planet, all descended from the people around that fire. The recovery from the bottleneck is one of the most dramatic recoveries in the entire natural history of the Earth. And we are it. Let me tell you about a mountain that no longer exists. Or rather, let me tell you about the absence of a mountain, the enormous water-filled hollow where a mountain used to be, in the interior of the island of Sumatra, in what is now Indonesia. Lake Toba is the largest volcanic lake in the world. It is approximately 100 kilometers long and 30 kilometers wide, roughly the size of the English county of Oxfordshire, or the Singapore Island, or the metropolitan area of Los Angeles. It sits in a caldera, a collapsed volcanic structure, at an elevation of approximately 900 meters above sea level in the Batak highlands of northern Sumatra. It is beautiful by all accounts. The lake is surrounded by steep volcanic hills. The water is deep and clear. The island of Samosir rises from its center. The Batak people who live around its shores have one of the richest cultural traditions in Southeast Asia. A writing system, an elaborate musical tradition, an architecture of distinctive curved roofed houses. And beneath the beauty, beneath the placid water and the terraced rice fields and the fishing boats, there is the record of one of the most violent events in the history of the planet. Approximately 74,000 years ago, the volcanic system beneath what is now Lake Toba erupted. Not in the way that volcanoes ordinarily erupt. The spectacular but ultimately local catastrophe of lava flows and pyroclastic clouds that characterizes the eruptions we see in the news. The Toba eruption was categorically different in scale from anything that has occurred in recorded human history. The Toba eruption was a supervolcanic eruption, an eruption of a type so large that it has its own category in the classification of volcanic events. The Volcanic Explosivity Index, which measures the volume and force of volcanic eruptions on a scale from 0 to 8, places the Toba eruption at 8, the maximum. The last eruption to approach this scale in the historical period was Tambora in 1815, which killed approximately 70,000 people directly and caused the year without a summer in 1816, contributing to crop failures and famines across the northern hemisphere. Tambora was a 7 on the Volcanic Explosivity Index. The Toba eruption was 10 times larger than Tambora in terms of the volume of material ejected. Approximately 2,800 cubic kilometers of magma were expelled in the Toba eruption, equivalent to roughly 6,000 Mount St. Helens eruptions happening simultaneously. The eruption created a caldera approximately 100 kilometers long and 30 kilometers wide, the depression that is now filled by Lake Toba. The overlying rock collapsed into the emptied magma chamber, producing the caldera. The immediate effects of the eruption were catastrophic on a regional scale. The pyroclastic flows, the superheated clouds of volcanic gas and rock fragments that move outward from a major eruption at speeds of hundreds of kilometers per hour, would have destroyed everything within hundreds of kilometers of the eruption site. Sumatra, Malaysia, and parts of the Indian subcontinent would have been directly affected, but the longer-term effects extended much further. The Toba eruption ejected approximately 10 billion tons of sulfur dioxide into the stratosphere. Sulfur dioxide in the stratosphere reacts with water to form sulfuric acid aerosols, tiny droplets that reflect sunlight back into space. A sufficient concentration of these aerosols can significantly reduce the amount of solar radiation reaching the Earth's surface, cooling the planet. The Toba eruption produced enough sulfuric acid aerosols to reduce solar radiation at the Earth's surface by approximately 25% for approximately 6 years. The temperature drop associated with this reduction is estimated at 3 to 5 degrees Celsius globally, with larger drops in some regions. 3 to 5 degrees Celsius sounds modest, but in the context of a planet already in an ice age, already cooler than today by several degrees, an additional 3 to 5 degree cooling could have dramatic consequences for the distribution of vegetation, the productivity of agricultural zones, and the survival of populations dependent on specific ecological communities. The Toba eruption, in this analysis, produced a volcanic winter that lasted several years and was followed by a prolonged period of reduced temperatures that may have lasted centuries or millennia. The global climate was already in the midst of the last glacial period. The Toba eruption made it worse. How much worse, and in what specific ways? The vegetation model is important here. Plants are sensitive to temperature. Many plant communities have specific temperature thresholds below which they cannot survive or reproduce. A prolonged period of reduced temperatures, even a few degrees, can shift the geographic distribution of plant communities dramatically, reducing the productivity of tropical and subtropical zones and shrinking the areas of reliable food resources. For a human population that was already under stress, already at a relatively low level compared to the preceding period, a collapse of vegetation productivity across the tropical zones of Africa and South Asia could have been existential. If you cannot find enough food, you starve. If your population is already small, starvation kills a higher proportion of the population than it would in a large, densely distributed group. If you are concentrated in specific refugia rather than spread across a wide range, a regional collapse of food resources can eliminate an entire subpopulation with no survivors to recolonize. The Toba volcanic winter hypothesis proposes that this is what happened. The eruption produced a volcanic winter of sufficient severity to collapse the food resources of large parts of Africa and South Asia. The human populations that depended on those resources were reduced to a small number of survivors in specific refugia where food remained available. Most likely the southern and eastern coasts of Africa, where marine resources could supplement or replace the collapsed terrestrial food sources. This is the Toba catastrophe hypothesis, most fully developed in the work of Stanley Ambrose, a professor of anthropology at the University of Illinois, in a series of papers published in the late 1990s and 2000s. The hypothesis is attractive because of the timing. The Toba eruption at approximately 74,000 years ago matches very closely with the genetic estimates for the human population bottleneck at approximately 60 to 80,000 years ago. The match is not perfect. The genetic estimates have significant uncertainty ranges, but it is close enough to be suggestive. And the physical evidence for the Toba eruption is unambiguous. The ash from the eruption, a specific layer of volcanic glass with the chemical signature of the Toba magma, has been found in sediment cores and archaeological sites across a wide geographic range. In India, the Toba ash layer is thick enough to have been identified at numerous sites. In deep-sea sediment cores from the Indian Ocean and the Bay of Bengal, the layer is clearly visible as a distinct marker. The ash tells us exactly when the eruption occurred, and it tells us exactly where the ash fell, which is to say, across an enormous area of South Asia, Southeast Asia, and parts of East Africa and the Middle East. Any human population in the ashfall zone at the time of the eruption would have faced severe and immediate challenges. The ash itself falling like snow, accumulating to depths of meters in the immediate vicinity of the eruption and to centimeters across a much wider area, would have destroyed vegetation, contaminated water supplies, and made the landscape effectively uninhabitable for years. And beyond the immediate ashfall zone, the volcanic winter that followed the eruption would have affected populations across the entire tropical belt. The specific geographic coincidence, Toba in Sumatra affecting human populations in Africa and South Asia, the populations that are genetically most important for the human story, is one of the most compelling aspects of the hypothesis. The eruption happened in the right place at the right time, with the right kind of effects to have been the cause of the bottleneck. Whether it actually was, whether the Toba eruption was the specific trigger of the human population minimum, is the question we will explore in the next part of tonight's journey. Because the Toba hypothesis, for all its attractiveness, has faced serious challenges in recent years. And those challenges have not made the mystery simpler. They have made it more interesting. Let me spend more time with the specific scale of the Toba eruption, because I think the numbers deserve to be held carefully rather than moved past quickly. 2,800 cubic kilometers of magma. Let me try to give this some physical intuition, because it is a number that resists imagination. The volume of water in Lake Superior, the largest of the Great Lakes, the largest freshwater lake in the world by surface area, is approximately 12,000 cubic kilometers. The Toba eruption ejected approximately 1/4 of Lake Superior's volume in magma. The volume of the entire Alps mountain range, in rock, is estimated at approximately 600,000 cubic kilometers. The Toba eruption ejected approximately half of 1% of the entire Alps in volcanic material. Another comparison, Mount St. Helens erupted in 1980 with an ejection of approximately 1 cubic kilometer of material. The Toba eruption was approximately 2,800 times larger. These comparisons help, but they still do not quite convey the specific character of what a supervolcanic eruption is. It is not just a very large version of an ordinary volcanic eruption. It is a qualitatively different kind of event. An ordinary volcanic eruption, even a large one like Mount Pinnacle in 1991, which erupted 10 cubic kilometers of material and caused a measurable global temperature drop of 0.5 degree for about 2 years, proceeds from a specific vent or crater. The lava and the pyroclastic material emerge from a defined point and spread outward from that point. A supervolcanic eruption does not work this way. When a supervolcanic system erupts, it erupts across the entire surface of the caldera, a structure that may be tens of kilometers in diameter. The eruption is not a point source, it is an area source. The magma is not forced up through a narrow conduit, but wells up across an enormous surface, driven by the pressure of an enormous magma chamber that has accumulated over hundreds of thousands of years. The Toba caldera, the depression that is now filled by Lake Toba, is approximately 100 kilometers long and 30 kilometers wide. That entire surface erupted essentially simultaneously 74,000 years ago. The eruption column, the column of volcanic material rising into the atmosphere above the eruption site, would have reached the stratosphere within minutes. The material ejected into the stratosphere is what produced the volcanic winter. Unlike the material that falls out of the atmosphere within days or weeks as ash, the stratospheric aerosols persist for years, continuously reflecting sunlight and cooling the surface below. The cooling effect of the Toba eruption has been modeled in climate simulations. The specific estimates vary depending on the assumptions built into the models, the amount of sulfur dioxide released, the specific atmospheric conditions at the time, the background climate state. But most models produce a temperature drop of 3 to 15 degrees Celsius in the immediate aftermath, declining over several years as the aerosols gradually settled out of the stratosphere. Even the lower end of this range, 3 degrees, is a significant perturbation. In the context of the last glacial period, when global temperatures were already several degrees cooler than today, an additional 3 degrees could have transformed the ecology of large parts of the tropics. What was marginal savanna could have become desert. What was productive forest could have become sparse scrubland. The specific plant communities that supported large mammal populations and the human populations that depended on large mammals could have contracted dramatically. The fossil record of the period immediately following the Toba eruption shows evidence of this ecological disruption. The megafauna of South and Southeast Asia, the enormous animals that inhabited these regions, show significant changes in their populations around the time of the Toba eruption. Some species disappeared entirely. Others contracted dramatically in range. Human populations, smaller, more fragile, more dependent on specific ecological communities than the large mammals, would have been even more vulnerable. Now let me describe the ash layer because it is the most direct and most tangible piece of physical evidence we have for the Toba eruption. The Toba ash, technically called the middle Toba tuff, or the youngest Toba tuff, depending on which eruption phase is being discussed, is a distinctive layer of volcanic glass that has been identified in sediment cores and surface deposits across an enormous geographic range. In the deep-sea sediments of the Bay of Bengal and the Indian Ocean, the layer is clearly visible as a bright white band in the otherwise dark sediment. In India, the layer has been found at dozens of sites, sometimes reaching thicknesses of several meters, in areas close to the eruption. The specific chemical composition of the Toba ash, the ratio of specific elements in the volcanic glass, which reflects the specific composition of the Toba magma, is distinctive enough that even very thin layers of Toba ash can be identified in sediment cores and archaeological sites. This chemical fingerprinting is one of the most powerful tools in the study of the Toba eruption. It allows researchers to trace the distribution of the ash with precision, to measure the thickness of the layer at different locations, and to use the layer as a precise time marker in the stratigraphic record. The Toba ash layer is precisely dated by multiple independent methods: argon-argon dating, tephrochronology, correlation with the paleomagnetic record, all of which converge on approximately 74,000 years ago, give or take a few thousand years. This precise date is one of the great advantages of the Toba hypothesis. We know exactly when the eruption occurred. We can see exactly where the ash fell. We can measure how thick it was in different locations. We have a specific, datable, physically measurable event that we can compare to the genetic estimates for the bottleneck. The comparison is suggestive. The genetic estimates for the bottleneck, which carry significant uncertainty, generally overlap with the date of the Toba eruption. The event and the bottleneck are at least consistent in their timing. But consistency in timing is not the same as proof of causation. And in the years since the Toba catastrophe hypothesis was first proposed, evidence has emerged that complicates the causal story. What does that evidence show? That is the question for the next part of tonight's journey. But let me stay with the Toba eruption itself a little longer, because there is something about its specific character that I want to convey before we move on. The ash layer. Let me tell you what the Toba ash layer actually looks like, because it is one of the most remarkable physical objects in the geological record. An object that you can see and touch, that links us directly to the event we are discussing. In parts of India where the Toba ash is thick, in river valleys that collected and preserved the ash after it fell, the layer is visible as a bright white band in the brownish sediment. It is unmistakable. A layer of volcanic glass, sometimes meters deep, sometimes centimeters, sitting precisely between the sediments that were laid down before the eruption and the sediments that were laid down after. Above the layer, the world after Toba. Below the layer, the world before Toba. The layer itself is the eruption. It is not a representation or a record. It is the physical substance of what fell from the sky 74,000 years ago. The volcanic glass fragments that traveled hundreds or thousands of kilometers through the atmosphere and settled out over a period of days or weeks, coating the landscape in white. Imagine what it looked like, the sky darkening, not gradually, as with an approaching storm, but suddenly, the specific darkness of a pyroclastic column blocking the sun, a darkness in the middle of the day that was unlike anything in the living memory of any person who experienced it. Then, the ash, falling like snow, but not cold. The fine volcanic glass carrying the heat of its high-altitude formation, drifting down through the darkened sky, accumulating on every surface. On the leaves of trees, weighing them down until the branches broke. On the ground, covering the grass and the soil and the water sources. on the surfaces of everything that the people of that moment inhabited. The smell would have been extraordinary. Sulfur. The sharp, acrid smell of volcanic gases mixing with the moisture of the atmosphere. A smell that has no modern equivalent except in small concentrations near active volcanic vents. A smell that would have been wholly alien to populations living far from the eruption site. And the silence. The specific silence that falls when ash is falling. The same heavy, muffled quiet that snow produces, but with the added component of the blotted sun and the absence of the normal sounds of the landscape. The birds not calling, the insects not chirping, the wind carrying the ash, but no other sound. For the people who experience the ashfall directly, in India, in parts of Southeast Asia, along the coastlines in the ashfall zone, the event would have been incomprehensible. There was no framework for understanding what was happening. No tradition of supervolcanic eruptions, no inherited knowledge of what to do when the sky turned dark and white fragments began to fall. They were experiencing something that no human being had experienced before, and for which no human cultural tradition had prepared them. How many of them survived the immediate ashfall? We do not know. The archaeological record in the ashfall zone is exactly what you would expect if populations were severely disrupted. Sparse, ambiguous, the kind of record that leaves the question open rather than answering it clearly. What we do know is that the world after Toba was different from the world before it, and the people who made it through, wherever they were, however they survived, carried that difference with them into the future, into us. The Toba catastrophe hypothesis was, for about a decade after Stanley Ambrose published it in 1998, the dominant explanation for the human population bottleneck. It was elegant, it was specific, it had a datable physical event matched to a genetic signature. It explained the near extinction by reference to something real and measurable. And then, beginning in the mid-2000s, archaeologists started finding things that did not fit the hypothesis. The first major challenge came from India. The Indian subcontinent is directly in the path of the Toba ashfall. The ash layer is thick in India. In some sites it reaches depths of several meters, and it has been identified at dozens of locations across the country. If the Toba eruption caused a catastrophic collapse of human populations in South Asia, we would expect the archaeological record to reflect this. We would expect to find human occupation before the ash layer, an absence or dramatic reduction of evidence during and immediately after the ash layer, and then a gradual recolonization from outside, or from Refugia, over subsequent millennia. What researchers found at several Indian sites was different. At sites like Jwalapuram in the Kurnool district of Andhra Pradesh, stone tools were found both below the Toba ash layer and above it. The tools below the layer and the tools above the layer were of similar types, similar technologies, similar reduction strategies, similar raw material choices. There was no dramatic discontinuity in the archaeological record at the ash layer. The tools above the layer looked like the tools below it. This finding, published by Michael Petraglia and colleagues in the journal Science in 2007, attracted enormous attention. If the Toba eruption had caused a catastrophic collapse of human populations in India, there should be a dramatic break in the cultural record at the ash layer. The tools above the layer should look different, more primitive, more varied, showing the cultural diversity of multiple recolonizing groups from different sources, from the tools below. Instead, they looked continuous. Petraglia's interpretation was controversial. Some researchers argued that the stone tools at Jwalapuram were not the products of anatomically modern humans, that they might have been made by archaic hominins, possibly descendants of Homo erectus, who had been in South Asia for much longer than modern humans. If the tools were made by archaic rather than modern humans, the cultural continuity through the ash layer would not contradict the hypothesis that modern human populations were catastrophically reduced. The debate about the Jwalapuram tools and their makers has continued for more than 15 years without full resolution. The tools themselves do not contain DNA, and their morphology is not definitively associated with any specific hominin species. The question of whether modern humans were in South Asia before the Toba eruption and whether they survived it in place remains genuinely open. But the challenge from India was not the only one. The second major challenge came from South Africa, specifically from the cave sites along the South African coast that have become central to our understanding of the cognitive and cultural development of early modern humans. Pinnacle Point, a series of cave sites on the cliffs above the Indian Ocean near Mossel Bay in the Western Cape, was excavated by Curtis Marion and colleagues beginning in the early 2000s. Blombos Cave, further east along the same coastline, had been excavated by Christopher Henshelwood and colleagues since the 1990s. These sites have produced some of the most important evidence for early modern human behaviour in the world. At Pinnacle Point and at other South African sites, the archaeological record spanning the period of the Toba eruption shows remarkable continuity. The Middle Stone Age traditions of southern Africa, the specific tool technologies, the use of ochre, the collection of shellfish, the exploitation of coastal resources, continue through the period that encompasses the Toba eruption without apparent interruption. If the Toba volcanic winter had been severe enough to cause a catastrophic collapse of human populations in Africa, we would expect to see evidence of disruption in the South African record, a gap in occupation, a change in technology, a replacement of one cultural tradition by another, indicating that a different population had moved in after the original inhabitants had been eliminated. Instead, the South African sites show continuity, the same technologies, the same resource exploitation strategies, the same cultural practices, continuing through the period that the Toba catastrophe hypothesis predicts should have been one of the most severe environmental crises in human prehistory. This is a significant challenge to the hypothesis. If the southern African coast, one of the most likely refugia for the Bottleneck survivors, shows no evidence of population disruption during the Toba period, then either the Toba eruption was not severe enough to cause the catastrophic population collapse the hypothesis proposes, or the refugia were so robust that the populations in them were essentially unaffected. Or the dating of the South African cultural sequences is not precise enough to identify a disruption of the relevant duration. All three of these possibilities have been argued by different researchers, and the honest answer is that the evidence is genuinely ambiguous. Let me now try to give you the honest accounting of where the Toba catastrophe hypothesis currently stands. The hypothesis has three components that need to be evaluated separately. The first component is that the Toba eruption occurred and was extremely large. This is not in dispute. The ash layer is there, the dating is solid. The eruption was one of the largest in the last 2 million years. This part of the hypothesis is established. The second component is that the Toba eruption caused significant environmental disruption, a volcanic winter that reduced temperatures and contracted vegetation across the tropics. This is strongly supported by the climate modelling and by the evidence from the fossil record for ecological changes in the period following the eruption. The specific magnitude of the cooling and the specific duration of the disruption are uncertain and debated, but that some significant disruption occurred is well supported. The third component, that this environmental disruption was severe enough to cause a catastrophic collapse of human populations across Africa and South Asia, is the most contested part of the hypothesis. the Indian and South African archaeological evidence raises serious doubts about whether the disruption was severe enough to eliminate human populations from the affected regions. The cultural continuity through the Toba horizon in these regions is hard to reconcile with a catastrophic population collapse. Where does this leave us? One possibility is that the Toba eruption was a contributing factor to the bottleneck, that it made things worse, but was not the single cause. The bottleneck may have been the product of multiple stresses, operating over a longer period, of which Toba was one. The genetic estimates for the bottleneck timing have significant uncertainty ranges that are consistent with a process lasting tens of thousands of years rather than a single catastrophic event. Another possibility is that the bottleneck predates Toba, that the human population had already been severely reduced by other causes before the eruption, and that the Toba eruption then further stressed an already small population. Some genetic analyses have suggested that the timing of the bottleneck may be older than the Toba eruption, perhaps 90,000 or more years ago, rather than 74,000 years ago. A third possibility is that the Toba eruption did cause a severe population collapse across most of Africa and South Asia, but that the specific sites we have been discussing, the South African coastal caves, the Dwalapurum tools, represent the refugia where the bottleneck survivors were located. In this reading, the cultural continuity in these sites is exactly what the hypothesis predicts. The survivors in the refugia continued their cultural traditions, while populations elsewhere were eliminated. This third possibility is perhaps the most consistent with all the evidence. The South African coastal sites were not in the ashfall zone. They were in an area that had reliable marine food resources year-round. They show cultural continuity. These are precisely the characteristics you would expect of the refugia where the bottleneck survivors were located. The Toba eruption in this reading did not cause the bottleneck by eliminating the populations in the refugia. It caused it by eliminating the populations everywhere else. The refugia survived precisely because they were refugia. Because the specific combination of location and resources made them more resilient than the rest. I find this interpretation the most plausible of the available options. It is consistent with both the continuity evidence from the South African coastal sites and with the hypothesis that a major environmental disruption caused the population to contract to a small, refugia-based group. But I hold it loosely. The evidence is genuinely uncertain. The dating of the genetic bottleneck is uncertain. The dating of the cultural sequences in the relevant sites is uncertain. The specific magnitude of the Toba cooling in different regions is uncertain. What is not uncertain is the bottleneck itself. Something happened around 60 to 80,000 years ago that reduced the human population to a small fraction of its preceding size. The genetic signature of that event is clear and consistent across all the analyses. What caused it, whether it was Toba, a prolonged climatic deterioration, a disease event, or some combination of these, is the question that the next generation of research will continue to address. And the answer, when it comes, will almost certainly be more complex than any current hypothesis allows. The deep past resists simple explanations. It always has. Let me spend more time with the specific evidence from Blombos Cave and Pinnacle Point, because these sites are central not just to the Toba debate, but to a broader understanding of what the bottleneck survivors were doing and what they were capable of. Blombos Cave sits on a cliff face overlooking the Indian Ocean, about 300 kilometers east of Cape Town. It is not obviously special from the outside. A modest cavity in the limestone cliff, open to the sea, unremarkable by the standards of South African coastal scenery. But inside, in the sediments that accumulated on the cave floor over a period of roughly 100,000 years, are some of the most extraordinary artifacts of early human cognitive development ever found. The engravings are among the oldest. A piece of ochre found at Blombos, dated to approximately 75 to 73,000 years ago, is engraved with a cross-hatched geometric pattern. A series of parallel lines crossed by another series of parallel lines, forming a diamond grid design. This is one of the oldest known examples of deliberate geometric engraving in the world. What does it mean? We do not know. It may be a purely aesthetic expression, a pattern made because it was pleasing. It may be a symbolic record, a tally, a territorial marker, a clan symbol. It may be a technological memory aid, a way of recording a pattern that had practical significance in some craft or process we cannot reconstruct. But whatever it means, it was made deliberately. The lines are regular. The pattern is consistent. Someone made this with a specific intention, and the intention was not purely functional in the immediate, practical sense. No tool is improved by engraving a crosshatch on its surface. The ochre engraving is abstract thought made physical. It is the product of a mind that could conceive of patterns, that found meaning in the relationship between lines, that used a surface as a medium for the expression of something beyond the immediate functional need. The same cave has produced shell beads, small, perforated shells. Nasarius kraussianus, a small tick shell found in estuaries near the coast, that were used as beads, probably strung together and worn as ornaments. The beads are dated to approximately 75,000 years ago, making them among the oldest known personal ornaments in the world. Personal ornaments are cognitively significant. A bead that you wear is a statement about yourself, an expression of identity, of group membership, of status, of aesthetic preference. It is a communication directed at other people, using a symbol whose meaning is shared within a community. The bead says something, not in language, but in the same register as language. The register of shared meaning, of symbolic communication. Wearing beads requires understanding that other people have minds, that those minds can be communicated with through symbols, and that the symbols have meanings that are shared rather than purely individual. This is a very specific cognitive capacity, theory of mind combined with symbolic communication, that is central to the kind of social complexity that eventually produces language, art, and civilization. The people who made the Blombos beads and engravings had this capacity. They were not on the edge of extinction because they were cognitively limited. They were our full cognitive equals. They had the same capacity for abstract thought, symbolic communication, and social complexity that we have. They were on the edge of extinction because the world around them was trying to kill them. And that specific combination, full cognitive capacity, environmental catastrophe, is one of the most moving things about the Bottleneck story. The near extinction was not the extinction of something primitive or undeveloped. It was the near extinction of minds like ours, in a world that was becoming hostile to life. Pinnacle Point adds another dimension to this picture. The excavations at the cave sites above the Indian Ocean cliffs at Pinnacle Point have revealed evidence for the exploitation of marine resources, shellfish in particular, dating back to approximately 160,000 years ago. This is significantly earlier than any other documented evidence for marine resource exploitation anywhere in the world. Why does this matter? Marine resources, shellfish, fish, marine mammals, have specific nutritional properties that may have been important for the development of modern human cognition. The brain is an energetically expensive organ, and its development and maintenance requires specific fatty acids, omega-3 fatty acids in particular, that are abundant in marine foods and much less available in the terrestrial foods that characterize most inland African environments. The hypothesis that access to marine resources and specifically to the omega-3 fatty acids they provide, was a factor in the development of modern human cognitive capacity has been proposed by several researchers. The evidence from Pinnacle Point supports this hypothesis, at least indirectly. Here is a population that had access to marine resources, and this is a population that shows some of the earliest evidence for abstract symbolic behavior. Whether the marine diet caused the cognitive development, or whether the cognitive development enabled the exploitation of marine resources, or whether both were enabled by some third factor, is a question we cannot currently resolve. But the correlation is there, and the specific location of these cognitively sophisticated, marine resource exploiting people on the southern tip of Africa, on the coast of the Indian Ocean, in exactly the kind of environment that would have been most resilient to the volcanic winter, is striking. The people who showed the earliest evidence for fully modern symbolic behavior were in precisely the place where the Bottleneck survivors are most likely to have been. This is not proof of anything, but it is a pattern, and patterns in the deep past are what we have to work with. Let me spend more time with the specific character of Pinnacle Point, because the site itself, the specific physical location, the geology, the view, is worth inhabiting. Pinnacle Point is a rocky headland on the coast of the Western Cape in South Africa, about 400 kilometers east of Cape Town. The caves are set into the cliff face, elevated above the ocean, looking out over the Indian Ocean to the south and southeast. On a clear day from the cave mouths, you can see the horizon, the clean line where the ocean meets the sky, the same horizon that the people who sheltered here 75,000 years ago would have seen. The sea below the cliff is productive. The specific combination of the cold Benguela current upwelling along this coast and the warmer Indian Ocean water produces an environment of exceptional marine biodiversity. The rocky intertidal zones, the stretches of coast exposed at low tide, covered at high tide, are dense with shellfish, mussels, limpets, periwinkles, various species of clam. The specific species found in the archaeological deposits at Pinnacle Point are species that are still abundant along this coast today. The people who sheltered in the Pinnacle Point caves were eating the same shellfish that people eat from this coast today. The same mussels, the same limpets, the same species in the same rocky intertidal zones, accessible at the same low tides. There is a continuity in that, not genetic, not cultural, but ecological. The specific productivity of this specific coast that made it a viable refugium 75,000 years ago is still present. The ocean that fed the Bottleneck survivors is still feeding people today. The caves themselves are remarkable. They are not large, not the enormous caverns of Lascaux or Altamira, or the great limestone caves of Europe. They are modest sea-cut hollows in the cliff face, offering shelter from wind and rain, facing the ocean, positioned above the high tide line so that they stay dry even in stormy weather. But they were used intensively, repeatedly, over a period of tens of thousands of years. The archaeological deposits are rich, layer upon layer of occupation evidence, each layer precisely dated, each layer yielding the specific combination of shellfish remains and stone tools and ochre and bone that tells the story of the people who were here. And the story those layers tell is one of remarkable continuity. Not stasis, the specific tools change, the specific shellfish species harvested shift slightly as the sea level changes and different habitats become accessible. But continuity in the fundamental pattern. People coming here repeatedly, over tens of thousands of years, exploiting the same marine resources, using the same basic cognitive and technological approach to the world. The Pinnacle Point caves are the longest continuously occupied site in southern Africa, possibly the longest in the world. and the people who occupied them through the Bottleneck period, whatever the Toba eruption did or did not do to the broader human population, were here. Making their tools, collecting their shellfish, grinding their ochre, looking out at the same ocean we can still see from the same cliff. Let me now try to reconstruct what the survivors were doing. Not in the sense of a dramatic narrative. I cannot give you a reliable account of specific individuals in specific places making specific decisions. The evidence does not permit that level of detail. What I can do is describe the cultural and ecological context of the people who were most likely in the Refugia during the Bottleneck period, based on the archaeological record of the sites that show continuity through this period. The picture that emerges is one that I find genuinely moving. Not because it is a story of triumph. The survivors did not know they were surviving anything. They did not know that the populations elsewhere were being reduced. They did not know that the world outside their coastal refugia was becoming uninhabitable. They were just living, fishing and gathering shellfish and making tools and sleeping around fires and raising their children and dying and being buried by people who mourned them. But what they were doing was extraordinarily sophisticated for its time. The Middle Stone Age, the period of African prehistory that spans roughly 300,000 to 50,000 years ago, overlapping with and encompassing the Bottleneck period, is characterized by a specific toolkit. Not the large, heavy, relatively unspecialized tools of the preceding early Stone Age, but smaller, more specialized, more carefully made tools that show evidence of more complex manufacturing processes. The hallmark of the Middle Stone Age toolkit is the point. A small, often carefully shaped stone projectile that could be hafted onto a wooden or bone shaft to create a composite tool, the spear or the arrow. The combination of a stone tip with a wooden shaft requires specific knowledge and specific skills. The ability to shape the stone to the right geometry, the ability to create a secure hafting using resin or sinew or other adhesives, the ability to produce the shaft itself with the right dimensions and the right balance. Composite tools are cognitively significant in a specific way. They require planning ahead. The stone tip is useless without the shaft. The shaft is useless without the tip. The adhesive is useless without both. To make a spear, you need to hold in mind a goal, the finished weapon, and work backward from that goal to the specific materials and processes needed to achieve it. You need to gather the right stone, work it to the right shape, gather the adhesive material, prepare the shaft, and assemble the components in the right sequence. This is planning over multiple steps toward a distant goal, using materials that must be gathered from different sources. It is a specific cognitive capacity, future-oriented planning, the ability to hold a mental representation of a future state and work toward it, that is closely related to the capacities that eventually produce language and symbolic thought. The Middle Stone Age people had this capacity. We know because they made the tools. The specific traditions within the Middle Stone Age are important for understanding the Bottleneck story. Two traditions in particular have attracted attention: the Stilbay and the Howison's Port. The Stilbay tradition, dated to approximately 77 to 71,000 years ago, is characterized by distinctive bifacially worked points. Small, carefully shaped stone tools worked on both faces to produce a thin, symmetrical projectile. The Stilbay points are technically demanding to produce. They require a specific sequence of controlled flaking that removes material from both sides of the stone in alternating, carefully planned steps. Getting it wrong at any stage destroys the piece. The Stilbay tradition appears in the South African record at approximately the same time as the Blombos. Engravings and beads we discussed in the previous part. It is associated with the same sites, the coastal caves of the Western and Eastern Cape, and with the same population that was making symbolic objects and exploiting marine resources. The Howisson's Port tradition, which follows the still bay at approximately 71 to 65,000 years ago, is in some ways even more remarkable. It includes the production of geometric microliths, very small, precisely shaped stone segments, often less than 2 centimeters long, that were hafted in series onto wooden or bone handles to create composite tools. A single tool might incorporate a dozen or more small stone segments, each precisely shaped and precisely placed. This is industrial manufacturing in miniature. The production of geometric microliths in the quantities the Howisson's Port represents requires a standardized production process, a consistent mental template for the desired shape, a consistent technique for producing it, and a consistent method for incorporating the pieces into composite tools. It requires knowledge that is transmitted and maintained across generations. Why is this remarkable in the context of the Bottleneck? Because the Howisson's Port tradition, as represented in the South African archaeological record, shows evidence of long-distance transport of raw materials. The stone used for the microliths was sometimes obtained from sources tens of kilometers away from the sites where the tools were made. This is not what you do if you are simply gathering stone opportunistically. This is what you do if you have a mental map of the landscape, a preference for specific raw materials, and the social networks to know where those materials are available, and the mobility, or the exchange relationships, to obtain them. Long-distance raw material transport implies long-distance social networks. It implies communication between groups at distances of tens of kilometers. It implies a social world more complex than the immediate band or family group. A world of alliances, exchanges, shared knowledge, and mutual recognition between people who may rarely or never meet face to face. The people of the Howisson's Port tradition had this social world, and they were living through, or immediately after, whatever catastrophe produced the genetic bottleneck. Let me now spend time with the specific question of what the coastal refugia offered that made survival possible when it was apparently not possible elsewhere. The southern African coast, the specific stretch of coastline from roughly Cape Town to Port Elizabeth, and extending into the Eastern Cape, has several characteristics that made it a particularly robust environment during the period of the Toba volcanic winter. The first is the ocean itself. The Indian Ocean and the Atlantic Ocean along the southern African coast are among the most productive marine environments in the world. The Benguela Current, a cold, nutrient-rich upwelling system along the Atlantic coast of southern Africa, produces exceptional concentrations of marine life: fish, shellfish, seabirds, marine mammals. Even during a volcanic winter that reduced terrestrial food production dramatically, the ocean would have continued to produce food. Shellfish in particular are important. The shellfish middens, the accumulations of discarded shell that mark the locations of human shellfish harvesting, are among the most abundant features of the South African coastal archaeological record. Shellfish are calorie-dense, protein-rich, and available year-round from the intertidal zones of rocky coastlines. They do not require hunting. They can be collected by women and children, as well as men. They provide a reliable, consistent food source that is largely independent of the terrestrial food availability that would have been affected by a volcanic winter. The second characteristic of the southern African coast is the specific geography of the Cape Floristic region, the extraordinarily diverse plant community of the southwestern Cape, which is a global biodiversity hotspot and which produces a range of plant foods including bulbs, tubers, and berries that are available across different seasons and in different ecological zones. The Cape Floristic region is not a single uniform environment. It is a mosaic of different habitat types: fynbos heathland, coastal scrub, riverine forest, each producing different plant resources at different times of year. A community with the knowledge of this mosaic, which plants are edible, where they grow, when they are available, could maintain a relatively diverse diet even during periods of reduced overall productivity. And the people of the Middle Stone Age had this knowledge. The hundreds of thousands of years of foraging in the African environment had produced a deep knowledge of the plant resources of the landscape. Which species were edible, which were medicinal, which were toxic, how to process the ones that required processing, where to find them in different seasons. This knowledge is not preserved in the archaeological record in any direct form. It does not leave stone tools or shell middens, but it was there, encoded in the minds of the people who lived in the landscape. And it was as important for survival as any physical technology. The third characteristic is the specific climate of the southern African coast. Even during the Toba volcanic winter, the southern African coast is likely to have remained relatively mild compared to areas further from the ocean and further from the moderating influence of the Benguela Current. Ocean temperature changes more slowly than land temperature, and the large oceanic influence on the coastal climate would have buffered the worst effects of the volcanic cooling. Put these three characteristics together: the reliable marine food supply, the diverse and knowledgeable use of plant resources, and the relatively buffered coastal climate, and you have the ingredients for a refugium, a place where a small population could survive conditions that were eliminating populations elsewhere. This is where the survivors were. This is what they were doing: fishing and gathering shellfish and foraging in the Finbos and making their composite tools and their geometric microliths and their shell beads and their ochre engravings, living in the narrow strip between the mountain and the sea, not knowing that the world beyond their coast had nearly emptied, not knowing that they were carrying the future of the species in their genes, just living. Let me spend more time with the ochre, because it is one of the most persistent and most significant material traces of the Bottleneck survivors, and it deserves careful attention. Ochre is iron oxide, a naturally occurring mineral that produces a range of colors from yellow to deep red, depending on the specific form of the iron compound. It is found in deposits across much of Africa and has been used by humans for an extraordinarily long time. The earliest documented use of ochre by human ancestors dates to approximately 300,000 years ago, predating anatomically modern humans. But the use of ochre intensifies dramatically in the Middle Stone Age archaeological record, particularly in the sites associated with the Bottleneck period. At Blombos Cave, thousands of pieces of processed ochre have been found, pieces that show evidence of having been scraped, ground and mixed, producing a powder or paste that was used for some purpose. What purpose? The uses of ochre are diverse. It can be used as a pigment, to decorate objects, to decorate the body, to mark specific objects or locations with specific colors. It can be used as a preservative, rubbed into hides to prevent bacterial decay. It can be used as a sun protectant, applied to the skin to reduce UV exposure. It can be used as a component in adhesives, mixed with plant resin and other materials to create a stronger and more durable binding compound for hafting stone tools onto wooden shafts. The range of potential uses makes it difficult to determine from the ochre alone what specific purpose it was serving in any particular context. But the sheer quantity of processed ochre at the South African sites and the specific evidence of grinding and mixing suggests that its use was regular, consistent, and in significant quantities. The most evocative interpretation, and the one most consistent with the evidence for symbolic behavior from these same sites, is that ochre was being used for body decoration, for painting the skin, for marking the body as belonging to a specific group, or for participating in specific rituals, or for expressing specific aspects of identity. Body decoration with ochre is widespread among modern hunter-gatherer societies worldwide, particularly in contexts of ritual, social ceremony, and coming of age. The specific red color of iron ochre has specific cultural associations in many societies, with blood, with life force, with the transitions between states, that make it a powerful symbolic material. If the Middle Stone Age people were using ochre for body decoration, they were participating in the same basic register of symbolic behavior as the bead wearers and the engravers. They were using the surface of their bodies as a medium for communication, saying something about themselves, and to the people around them, through the specific colors and patterns they chose to display. This is a deeply human activity. It is the same impulse that produces the elaborate body decoration of contemporary cultures worldwide, the same impulse that produces tattoos and jewelry and clothing, and all the other ways that humans use their physical appearance to communicate identity and meaning. The survivors at the edge of extinction were doing this, grinding their ochre and painting their skin and making their shell beads and their geometric engravings. Maintaining, through the worst period in the history of the species, the specifically human practice of using the body and its surfaces as a medium of symbolic expression. I find this genuinely moving, not just as evidence of cognitive sophistication, but as a statement about what humans are, about what we do, apparently inevitably, when we have the cognitive capacity and the material means. We decorate ourselves, we make marks, we express identity through the surfaces we inhabit, even at the edge of extinction, even with the world closing in. Let me also spend time with the question of what the bottleneck survivors transmitted across the bottleneck. What cultural knowledge and what biological inheritance was carried through the narrow opening and into the post-bottleneck world. The genetic transmission is well understood in principle, if not in specific detail. The survivors carried a subset of the genetic variation present in the pre-bottleneck population. The specific subset they carried was largely determined by chance, by the accident of which individuals happened to be in the Refugia and which happened to be in areas that were eliminated. The post-bottleneck population was built from this subset, and the genetic diversity of all subsequent humans reflects the limited diversity of the founding group. But the cultural transmission is equally important and less often discussed. The survivors carried with them the accumulated cultural knowledge of the Middle Stone Age tradition, the specific tool-making techniques, the specific ecological knowledge, the specific social practices and ritual behaviors that the evidence at the cave sites reveals. This knowledge was not encoded in their genes. It was encoded in their minds and transmitted through learning, through the observation and imitation and explicit instruction that characterizes the transmission of cultural knowledge in every human society. Cultural transmission is fragile. It depends on the survival of the knowledge bearers. If a specific technique or practice is known by only a few individuals in a small population, the death of those individuals, without having transmitted the knowledge, destroys it. The smaller the population, the more vulnerable the cultural inheritance. The bottleneck, therefore, was not just a genetic bottleneck. It was also a cultural bottleneck. Much of what the pre-bottleneck human populations knew. The specific ecological knowledge of the landscapes that were abandoned, the specific cultural practices of the populations that did not survive, the specific technological innovations that had been developed in different regional traditions, was lost when the populations that held it were reduced or eliminated. What survived in the cultural record is, like the genetic record, a subset of what existed before, and the specific subset that survived reflects the specific practices of the specific populations that were in the Refugia. This means that the entire cultural tradition of subsequent humanity, all the art and the tools and the knowledge that eventually led to agriculture and cities and writing and everything else, is built on the cultural inheritance of the small group of survivors who were in the right place when the world contracted. The entire cultural tradition of humanity is, in this sense, the tradition of the southern African coastal foragers of 70,000 years ago. Everything else was lost. What we have, all of it, comes from them. Let me sit with that for a moment longer, because it is one of the most profound implications of the bottleneck, and one that is easy to move past too quickly. The cultural tradition of the pre-bottleneck world, the 300,000 years of human development before the crisis, is largely invisible to us. We have fragments, stone tools from specific sites, ochre with evidence of use, the occasional shell or bone with marks that suggest deliberate modification. But the vast majority of what the pre-bottleneck humans knew and did and believed and created has left no recoverable trace. Some of this invisibility is a function of preservation. Organic materials decay. Most stone tools eventually erode beyond recognition. The specific conditions that preserve ancient evidence are rare and geographically limited. This is true of all deep prehistory, not just the pre-bottleneck period, but some of it is the bottleneck itself. The populations that were eliminated during the crisis took their knowledge with them. The specific ecological expertise of the communities in the African interior, the knowledge of which plants were edible in which season, where water could be found in a dry year, how to read the signs of rain, died with the people who held it when those communities were reduced or eliminated. The specific tool technologies that had been developed by different regional traditions, some more elaborate than the southern African coastal traditions we know from the surviving sites, some perhaps less so, were lost when the populations that maintained them disappeared. The specific languages. Whatever forms of human language existed in the pre-bottleneck world, however many distinct languages there were, however varied their structures and their vocabularies, were reduced to the language or languages of the coastal survivors. Every subsequent human language descends from those survivors' speech. The specific religious traditions, the specific cosmological frameworks, the specific understandings of the world, of where humans came from, of what the stars meant, of what happened after death, that had developed across 300,000 years of human prehistory. All of it filtered through the bottleneck. What came out the other side was not nothing. The survivors were cognitively sophisticated, culturally rich, ecologically knowledgeable people. What they transmitted forward was the foundation of everything that followed. But it was a reduced foundation, a compressed inheritance. The cultural diversity of the pre-bottleneck world, however great it was narrowed to the tradition of one coastal population. We will never know what was lost. We cannot recover the languages that died with their speakers. We cannot reconstruct the cosmological frameworks that were not transmitted. We cannot hear the stories that were told around fires that went out permanently 70,000 years ago. What we have is what survived. And what survived is, by any standard, extraordinary. The shell beads, the ochre engravings, the composite tools, the ecological knowledge encoded in the specific patterns of shellfish exploitation that the archaeological record preserves, the social networks implied by the long-distance raw material transport. These are the remnants of a cultural tradition that was rich enough and robust enough, and specifically suited enough to its environment to sustain a viable human population through the worst crisis in the history of the species. The survivors were not diminished people. they were fully human people. Cognitively our equals, culturally sophisticated, ecologically expert, who happened to be in the right place. And what they carried forward, we are still carrying. Let me ask a question that might seem counterintuitive. Could the bottleneck have been, in some ways, good for the species? Not good in the obvious sense. Nobody would choose near extinction as a desirable experience. The suffering and the loss involved in a population reduction to a few thousand individuals was real, even if we cannot access it directly from the archaeological record. People died. Families were separated. Ways of life that had developed over thousands of years were lost. But in an evolutionary and cultural sense, could the bottleneck have created conditions that accelerated the development of the cognitive and cultural capacities that eventually produced civilization? This is a genuine scientific hypothesis, and it deserves careful consideration. The argument goes like this. Small populations experience evolutionary pressures differently from large ones. In a large, widely distributed population, genetic mutations arise frequently, proportional to the number of individuals, but spread slowly because they must diffuse through an enormous number of individuals before they reach high frequency. Beneficial mutations can take thousands of generations to spread through a large population. In a small population, the dynamics are different. Mutations arise less frequently, but if a beneficial mutation arises in a small population, it can spread much more rapidly, because there are fewer individuals for it to spread through. A mutation that confers a significant fitness advantage can reach high frequency in a small population within tens of generations rather than thousands. This is a well-established principle in population genetics. Small populations can evolve rapidly. The cost is genetic drift, the random fluctuation in gene frequencies that becomes more powerful as population size decreases. In very small populations, drift can cause beneficial mutations to be lost and harmful mutations to become fixed, simply by chance. The population is at greater risk of accumulating genetic damage. But in the specific context of the bottleneck, if the bottleneck was severe enough to cause significant natural selection on the traits most relevant to survival, while not being so severe as to cause immediate extinction, the conditions for rapid evolutionary change in specific directions were present. What traits would have been most strongly selected during the bottleneck? The traits most relevant to survival in the coastal refugia under conditions of severe resource stress: problem-solving capacity, social cooperation, the ability to communicate complex information about food resources, dangers and opportunities, the ability to innovate, to find new solutions to new problems. These are all aspects of what we might broadly call cognitive capacity. And the period immediately following the bottleneck, the period from approximately 60 to 50,000 years ago, is associated with a dramatic acceleration in the pace of cultural change. This acceleration is sometimes called the Upper Paleolithic Revolution, though the term is contested and the phenomenon it describes is more gradual and more geographically complex than the word revolution implies. But something real happened in the period from roughly 70,000 to 40,000 years ago, a period that corresponds to the bottleneck and its immediate aftermath that produced a qualitative change in the cultural record. Before this period, the archaeological record shows technological change, but at a slow pace. New tool traditions replace old ones, but the transitions take tens of thousands of years. The same basic toolkit persists across enormous geographic ranges and enormous spans of time. Innovation happens, but slowly. After this period, and beginning in Africa and spreading over the following 20,000 years to every part of the world that modern humans occupied, the pace of change accelerates. New technologies appear. Art becomes more elaborate and more diverse. The geographic range of long-distance exchange networks expands dramatically. Population sizes begin to increase. The cultural record becomes richer and more varied. What drove this acceleration? One possibility is simply demographic. As the post-bottleneck population expanded, the raw number of people increased, and with more people came more opportunities for innovation. Each additional person is an additional potential innovator. An idea that arises in one person's mind can be transmitted to others through social learning. And the more people there are, the more likely it is that any given innovation will spread and be built upon. This demographic explanation for the cultural acceleration is attractive and has been formalized in theoretical models by researchers like Joseph Henrich, whose work on the relationship between population size and cultural complexity shows that larger, more connected populations accumulate and maintain more complex cultural traditions than smaller, more isolated ones. But the demographic explanation alone does not fully account for the timing. The cultural acceleration begins before the population has grown significantly from its bottleneck minimum. Something else seems to be driving it. The founder effect is a related concept that may be part of the explanation. When a small founding population expands, the specific traits and characteristics of the founders, genetic and cultural, are amplified in the expanding population. If the founders happen to carry specific genetic variants associated with enhanced cognitive capacity, those variants would become overrepresented in the expanding population, simply because the founders are the source of all subsequent genetic diversity. This is a form of genetic hitchhiking. Traits that were present in the founders, regardless of their fitness value, become widespread simply because the founders' genomes are the template for the entire subsequent population. If the bottleneck founders, the specific individuals who survived and reproduced during the minimum population period, carried genetic variants associated with enhanced language capacity, enhanced social cognition, enhanced working memory, or any of the other cognitive traits that distinguish modern humans from earlier hominins, those variants would have been overrepresented in the post-bottleneck expansion. The result could be a population that was, on average, more cognitively capable than the pre-bottleneck population, not because the bottleneck selected for those traits directly, but because the founders happened to be slightly more cognitively capable than average, and their traits became the baseline for the expanded population. This is speculative. The specific cognitive genetic architecture of the bottleneck founders is, of course, not directly accessible to us. We cannot sequence the genomes of individuals from 70,000 years ago. The preservation conditions for ancient DNA in the tropical African environments relevant to this period are not favorable. But the hypothesis is consistent with the timing of the cultural acceleration, and it connects the bottleneck, the near-extinction event, to the subsequent blossoming of modern human cultural capacity in a way that transforms the near-extinction from a simple catastrophe into a paradoxical accelerant. The crisis that nearly ended us may have changed us in ways that made everything that came after possible. Let me also spend time with a different angle on the cultural acceleration, the role of stress and adversity in driving innovation. The relationship between environmental stress and cultural innovation is complex and not fully understood. Stress does not automatically produce innovation. Most populations under severe stress do not innovate. They survive, if they can, by doing what they already know how to do in the most efficient way possible. But in specific circumstances, when the existing ways of doing things are not working, when survival requires finding new solutions to new problems, when the specific pressures of the environment are intense enough to make innovation adaptive, stress can drive rapid cultural change. The coastal refugia of the Bottleneck period may have been exactly these circumstances. The existing ways of doing things, the terrestrial foraging strategies that had sustained human populations across the African savanna for hundreds of thousands of years, were not working in a volcanic winter that had collapsed terrestrial food production. Survival required new strategies, marine resource exploitation, new tool technologies suited to new ecological contexts, new social arrangements suited to a smaller, more concentrated population. The innovations visible in the archaeological record of the South African coastal sites, the composite tools, the geometric microliths, the marine resource exploitation, the symbolic behavior, may be, in part, the cultural innovations of a population under existential stress, finding new ways to survive in a world that had changed beyond their previous experience. If this is right, then the cultural sophistication of the Blombos beads and the Still Bay points and the Howisson's Port microliths is not incidental to the bottleneck. It is the response to the bottleneck. The cultural acceleration is the species learning new ways to survive in the new world that the catastrophe had created. And those new ways, once learned, once embedded in the cultural tradition of the surviving population, persisted. They were transmitted to subsequent generations. They became the foundation of the cultural tradition that the post-bottleneck expansion carried into every part of the world. The cognitive and cultural innovations that were driven by the crisis of the bottleneck became the capabilities that allowed the species to eventually occupy every environment on Earth. Out of the near extinction, the full expression of human potential. Let me now think about the pace of cultural change in the period immediately following the bottleneck, specifically about what the Howisson's Port and Still Bay traditions tell us about the rate at which the survivors were developing and modifying their cultural repertoire. One of the most striking features of the South African Middle Stone Age record is the presence of what archaeologists call backed tools. Tools that have been deliberately blunted on one edge, creating a tool with a sharp edge on one side and a dull edge on the other. The dull edge serves as a grip or hafting surface, while the sharp edge does the cutting or scraping work. The backed tools of the Howisson's Port tradition are among the most technically demanding stone tools ever produced in the Middle Stone Age. They are small, often just a centimetre or two long, and their production requires extraordinary control of the flaking process. A single wrong blow, and the piece is ruined. What is remarkable is the speed with which these traditions appear and disappear in the archaeological record. The Howisson's Port appears abruptly, persists for approximately 6,000 years, and then disappears, replaced by older-looking technologies that seem to represent a return to earlier practices. 6,000 years of one of the most technically demanding tool traditions in the Middle Stone Age, followed by a reversion to simpler technologies. Why? Several explanations have been proposed. The Howisson's Port microliths may have been specifically adapted to a specific ecological context that no longer existed after the volcanic winter had passed. The geometric microliths used as projectile components may have been particularly suited to hunting specific prey species in the specific vegetation types of the volcanic winter landscape. When the climate recovered and the vegetation changed, the specific advantages of the microlith technology may have diminished. This interpretation, cultural tools adapted to specific ecological contexts, abandoned when those contexts changed, is consistent with the general principle that cultural traditions are not preserved simply for their own sake. They are maintained because they work. When they stop working, they are modified or replaced. The Howisson's Port tradition worked for 6,000 years during one of the most extreme environmental periods in human prehistory. And then, it was let go. This flexibility, the ability to adopt new cultural solutions when they are needed and to abandon them when they are no longer needed, is itself a sophisticated cognitive and cultural capacity. It requires the ability to evaluate cultural traditions against their current usefulness, to hold multiple potential solutions in mind simultaneously, and to make collective decisions about which solutions to maintain and which to abandon. The Bottleneck survivors had this flexibility. Their cultural record shows it. And that flexibility, the cognitive capacity to innovate, evaluate, and adapt cultural solutions to changing circumstances, is one of the most fundamental human capacities. The capacity that, scaled up over tens of thousands of years, eventually produced agriculture and cities, and the entire civilizational complex we have been exploring in this series. It was present in the Refugia, tested by the near extinction, transmitted to the post-Bottleneck world, and we are still using it. Let me spend more time with the specific question of what the archaeological record tells us about the tempo of cultural change in the period surrounding the Bottleneck, because this is one of the most actively researched areas in paleoanthropology right now, and the picture is more nuanced than the simple narrative of a single cultural revolution would suggest. The traditional narrative, still found in many textbooks and popular accounts, describes a sudden upper Paleolithic revolution approximately 50,000 years ago, associated with the arrival of modern humans in Europe and the explosion of cave art, elaborate personal ornaments, and sophisticated bone tools. In this narrative, modern human cognition was essentially switched on at this point, transforming human culture from simple to complex in a geologically brief period. This narrative has been substantially revised in recent years. The revision has two components. The first component is geographic. The cultural innovations traditionally associated with the upper Paleolithic revolution in Europe, personal ornaments, geometric engravings, sophisticated hafted tools, now appear to have been present in Africa tens of thousands of years earlier. The Blombos beads and engravings, the Pinnacle point shellfish exploitation, the Stilbe and Howison's port traditions. All of these predate the European Upper Paleolithic by 20 to 40,000 years. Modern human cognitive capacity was not switched on 50,000 years ago. It was present in Africa at least 75,000 years ago, and possibly much earlier. The second component of the revision concerns the nature of the change. Rather than a single revolution, the emerging picture is one of multiple episodes of innovation. Moments when specific cultural traditions appear, persist for some period, and then disappear, across a much longer time span than the revolution narrative allows. The Howison's port disappearance we have already discussed. Similar episodes of innovation and abandonment appear at other points in the African Middle Stone Age record. Specific technologies or practices appear, persist, and then are replaced by something different. Sometimes something that looks more primitive, sometimes something that looks more advanced. This pattern of episodic innovation, innovation that appears and disappears rather than accumulating steadily, is consistent with a population that was under variable stress and that innovated in response to specific pressures, then abandoned the innovations when the pressures changed. It is also consistent with a population that was geographically fragmented, divided into small, relatively isolated groups by the contracting and expanding African habitats of the glacial-interglacial cycles, with innovations spreading between groups slowly and unevenly. The cultural history of the Bottleneck period is not the story of a steady march toward modernity. It is the story of a small population under extreme stress in a fragmented landscape, producing flashes of innovation that were sometimes transmitted forward and sometimes lost. What was transmitted forward is what we have. What was lost is invisible to us. The modern human cultural tradition, the cumulative tradition of symbolism and technology and social complexity that eventually led to art and agriculture and cities, is built on the specific innovations that were transmitted forward from the Bottleneck period. It is a selection, not a complete record. And the selection was determined, at least partly, by chance. By the specific individuals who survived, the specific knowledge they carried, the specific cultural practices they transmitted to their children. We are the inheritors of a tradition shaped by the accidents of survival during the worst period in the history of the species. That is a humbling thought. And a profound one. Let me also think about the relationship between the bottleneck and the development of language, because language is the most fundamental of all human cognitive capacities, and its relationship to the bottleneck period is one of the most interesting questions in the study of human evolution. The origins of language are deeply uncertain. Language does not fossilize. We cannot hear the voices of ancient humans. We cannot directly study the cognitive or neurological architecture that underlies language capacity from the fossil record. What we can do is look for indirect evidence. The specific neurological structures associated with language, Broca's area and Wernicke's area in the brain, and the specific descending connections between the motor cortex and the larynx that enable fine control of the vocal tract, are not directly preserved in fossils. But some aspects of the bony anatomy of the skull and the hyoid bone, the small bone in the throat associated with language production, are preserved, and they give us some indication of language capacity in ancient hominins. The evidence from the hyoid bone suggests that the vocal anatomy for language was present in Neanderthals as well as in modern humans. Both species appear to have had the physical capacity for complex vocal communication. The specific differences in language capacity between Neanderthals and modern humans, if they existed, were probably neurological rather than anatomical. The behavioral evidence for language, the specific behaviors that language enables, is clearer. The symbolic behavior we see at Blombos and Pinnacle Point, the beads, the engravings, the ochre, is exactly the kind of behavior that language enables and that language co-evolves with. You cannot easily maintain a tradition of making shell beads with a specific knowledge of where to find the shells, how to perforate them, how to string them, what they mean, and when to wear them, without a language to transmit that knowledge. The Middle Stone Age cultural traditions we have been discussing, therefore, imply language. Not necessarily language as complex as modern human language. The trajectory from early symbolic behavior to fully modern language is a long one, and we are almost certainly looking at an intermediate stage rather than the full modern capacity. But language sufficient to maintain complex cultural traditions. Language sufficient to coordinate group activities like shellfish collection and composite tool manufacture. Language sufficient to transmit specific ecological knowledge across generations. This language, whatever its specific form, was present in the Refugia. It was one of the things the survivors carried through the bottleneck, and the specific form of language that emerged from the bottleneck, shaped by the specific communicative needs of the coastal Refugia population and transmitted to the post-bottleneck expansion, may have been the ancestral form of all subsequent human languages. The diversity of human languages today, the thousands of distinct languages representing dozens of distinct language families, all trace back to the language or languages of the bottleneck survivors. Every word ever spoken, every poem ever written, every story ever told. All of it descending from the voices of a small group of people on the southern tip of Africa, in the narrow strip between the mountain and the sea. 70,000 years ago, painting their skin with ochre, stringing their shells, talking to each other in the firelight. At some point, the world began to open again. Not immediately after the bottleneck. The recovery of populations is slow. It takes generations for a severely reduced population to grow back to the size where the landscape can be recolonized, where the coastal refugia can be supplemented by movement into the interior, where the full range of African environments can be occupied again. But eventually, over tens of thousands of years, driven by the slow recovery of the vegetation and the gradual amelioration of the volcanic winter's effects, the human population began to expand. First within Africa, filling back into the environments that had been abandoned during the worst of the crisis. Then, eventually, out of Africa entirely. The out of Africa dispersal, the expansion of modern humans out of the African continent and into the rest of the world, is one of the most consequential events in human prehistory. It is the event from which all non-African populations descend. Every person alive today who is not of fully African ancestry is the descendant of the small group or groups that made this journey. When did it happen? The genetic evidence, specifically the age of the deepest divergences between African and non-African populations, suggests that the initial dispersal occurred somewhere between 70,000 and 50,000 years ago. This broad range reflects the genuine uncertainty in the genetic dating methods, which depend on assumptions about mutation rates that are themselves uncertain. The archaeological evidence for modern humans outside Africa is somewhat more constrained. The earliest well-dated modern human remains outside Africa are from the Levant, the coastal region of what is now Israel, Palestine, Lebanon, and Syria, dating to approximately 90 to 100,000 years ago. But these Levantine populations appear to have retreated back into Africa during a subsequent cold period, and may not be the ancestors of later non-African populations. The dispersal that produced all living non-African populations appears to have occurred somewhat later, approximately 60 to 50,000 years ago. Based on the genetic evidence for when non-African populations diverged from African ones, the specific route of the dispersal is debated. Two main routes have been proposed. The northern route goes through the Sinai Peninsula, the land bridge between Africa and Asia, and into the Levant, then spreading eastward through the Middle East and Central Asia, and eventually fanning out to reach South Asia, East Asia, Southeast Asia, and eventually Australia. The southern route crosses the Bab el-Mandeb Strait at the southern end of the Red Sea, a crossing of approximately 25 kilometers, feasible in small watercraft, that connects what is now Djibouti and Eritrea in Africa to Yemen in Arabia, and then follows the coastline of South Asia and Southeast Asia to reach Australia. The southern coastal route hypothesis has gained significant support in recent years. The specific genetic affinities of some modern populations, particularly the indigenous people of the Andaman Islands, of Malaysia, of Papua New Guinea, and of Australia, suggest a coastal dispersal route that hugged the shoreline of the Indian Ocean, rather than going through the interior of Eurasia. The specific timing of the Australian colonization is relevant here. Australia was colonized by modern humans at least 55,000 years ago, possibly earlier. This is very early in the timeline of the out of Africa dispersal. For Australia to have been reached so early, the dispersal must have proceeded very rapidly along the coastline, moving through South Asia and Southeast Asia within a few thousand years of leaving Africa. This rapid coastal spread is consistent with a population that was exploiting marine resources, moving along coastlines, harvesting shellfish and fish in an environment that was broadly similar to the southern African coastal refugia where the modern human cultural tradition had been developed during the bottleneck. The people who dispersed out of Africa along the southern coastal route were doing what their ancestors had been doing in the South African Refugia. They were coastal foragers, moving eastward along the coast, following the marine resources that had sustained their population through the worst of the crisis. And then, in the course of this dispersal, they encountered people who were not like them, the archaic humans. When modern humans left Africa and began moving into Eurasia, the world was already inhabited, not empty, not virgin territory, already occupied by human populations that had been there for hundreds of thousands of years. Neanderthals occupied Europe and Western Asia. They had been there for at least 400,000 years. They had their own tools, the Mousterian tradition, a sophisticated stone tool technology that, while different from the modern human toolkit, was highly adapted to the specific environments of Ice Age Europe. They had their own social structures, their own forms of communication, their own ways of relating to the world. They buried their dead. They cared for their injured. They may have had symbolic practices of their own. Denisovans, a distinct population of archaic humans known primarily from a few fragments of bone and teeth found in a cave in the Altai Mountains of Siberia, occupied parts of Central Asia and East Asia, and possibly ranged more widely across the continent. The Denisovan genetic signal is present in the genomes of modern populations across Southeast Asia and Oceania, suggesting that Denisovans were widespread across a large geographic range. And there were others. The now extinct hominins of Southeast Asia, including Homo floresiensis in what is now Indonesia, and possibly other populations not yet identified, were present in the regions through which the dispersing modern humans passed. When modern humans encountered these archaic populations, what happened? The answer that the ancient DNA revolution has revealed is both simpler and more complex than earlier accounts suggested. They mixed. Not universally, not at every encounter, not in ways that eliminated the distinctions between the populations, but significantly enough that the genetic traces of those encounters are still present in every non-African human alive today. The most famous finding is the Neanderthal contribution to modern human genomes. People of non-African ancestry carry, on average, approximately 1 to 4% Neanderthal ancestry. This was first confirmed in 2010 by Svante Pääbo and his colleagues at the Max Planck Institute for Evolutionary Anthropology in a paper that was one of the most significant scientific discoveries of the 21st century. 1 to 4% sounds small, but the specific implications are significant. First, it means that modern humans and Neanderthals interbred, not as a rare accident, but in a systematic way that left a consistent genomic signal across all non-African populations. The interbreeding occurred most likely in the Levant, the geographic region where the early dispersing modern humans would first have encountered Neanderthal populations, approximately 50 to 60,000 years ago. Second, the specific Neanderthal variants that are overrepresented in modern human genomes are not random. Certain Neanderthal genetic variants, particularly those associated with immune function, with skin and hair characteristics, and with specific physiological adaptations to cold environments, are found at higher frequencies in modern populations than would be expected by chance. This is natural selection acting on the Neanderthal genetic contribution. The variants that helped modern humans adapt to the new Eurasian environments they were entering were selected for. The variants that were neutral or harmful were lost. The Neanderthal genetic contribution was filtered by selection. The useful parts retained, the unhelpful parts discarded. Modern humans entering Europe and Western Asia encountered populations that had spent 400,000 years adapting to those specific environments. The Neanderthals had evolved specific adaptations to Ice Age Europe, to the cold, to the specific pathogens, to the specific dietary resources. By interbreeding with Neanderthals, the dispersing modern humans gained immediate access to some of those adaptations encoded in the Neanderthal genome. Interbreeding with locals was, in evolutionary terms, a fast way to acquire local adaptations. The Denisovan contribution follows a similar logic. People of Melanesian and Australian ancestry carry approximately 3 to 6% Denisovan ancestry, significantly more than the Neanderthal contribution. And specific Denisovan genetic variants have been identified that appear to have been positively selected in the populations that carry them. The most dramatic example is the EPAS, one gene variant that allows Tibetan people to live at high altitude. This variant, which regulates hemoglobin production in ways that are specifically advantageous at high altitude, is found at high frequency in Tibetan populations and at very low frequency or absent elsewhere. Its origin has been traced to a Denisovan source, suggesting that Tibetans acquired this crucial high-altitude adaptation through interbreeding with Denisovans. Modern humans interbreeding with Denisovans in the high-altitude regions of Central Asia acquired a genetic variant that enabled subsequent generations to colonize the Tibetan Plateau, one of the highest and most extreme environments on Earth. This is one of the most striking examples of adaptive introgression, the transfer of adaptive genetic variants from one population to another through interbreeding in the entire history of life. The meeting of modern humans and archaic humans was not simply a story of replacement. Modern humans arriving and driving Neanderthals and Denisovans to extinction, it was also a story of exchange, of genetic transfer, of the modern human genome being enriched by the adaptive variants that archaic humans had developed over hundreds of thousands of years of living in specific environments. The modern human genome is, in this sense, a mosaic, mostly the product of the African lineage, the lineage that went through the Bottleneck and expanded out of Africa, but with contributions from the archaic populations encountered during the dispersal. A genome that carries, in its specific structure, the traces of every major encounter in the history of the species. The Neanderthal variants that help us resist specific pathogens. The Denisovan variant that lets Tibetans breathe thin air. The specific immune variants that helped the first modern Europeans survive the cold of Ice Age Europe. All of it's still there, in the genomes of people alive today. The archaic humans we replaced are not entirely gone. They are in us. A fraction of a percent here, 3% there. A specific gene variant in a specific population that traces back to a specific encounter in a specific landscape tens of thousands of years ago. The story of human prehistory is not only a story of the modern human lineage. It is also a story of those encounters, the meetings between populations that had been separated for hundreds of thousands of years, and what happened when they found each other again. Let me spend more time with the Neanderthals specifically, because they deserve more than a brief mention in a catalogue of archaic humans. Neanderthals were not primitive. That stereotype, the hunched, grunting cave dweller, was established in the 19th century when the first Neanderthal fossils were studied by researchers who did not have our current understanding of human evolution, and it has proven remarkably resistant to revision despite overwhelming evidence to the contrary. The Neanderthal brain was as large as ours. In some fossil specimens, it was larger. The specific shape was different. Neanderthal brains appear to have been proportioned differently, with a more elongated shape compared to the more globular modern human brain. But the raw volume was comparable. Neanderthal tools, the Mousterian tradition and its predecessors, were not crude. They were highly adapted to the specific tasks they were designed for, and some aspects of Mousterian technology are technically sophisticated by any standard. The production of Levallois flakes, a specific technique for preparing a stone core in advance so that a flake of predetermined shape can be removed from it, with a single blow. Requires planning, spatial reasoning, and significant skill. Neanderthals took care of their injured and their elderly. The skeletal record includes individuals who survived for years with injuries that would have been completely debilitating. A blind man, an individual with a withered arm, individuals with severe arthritis, who could only have survived with the help and care of the group around them. Neanderthals buried their dead. The evidence for intentional burial at Neanderthal sites, individuals placed in specific positions, sometimes with grave goods, is debated in its specifics, but is difficult to explain entirely as coincidence. Something was being done with the dead beyond simply discarding the body. And Neanderthals may have had symbolic practices of their own. Eagle feathers and eagle talons, objects with no obvious practical use, have been found at Neanderthal sites in southern Europe. Pigmented objects, pieces of manganese dioxide and ochre, have been found at Neanderthal sites in ways that suggest deliberate collection and possible use for body decoration. Some researchers have argued for Neanderthal cave art. Whether Neanderthals had language is one of the most hotly debated questions in paleoanthropology. The physical anatomy for speech was present. The hyoid bone and the vocal tract anatomy indicate that Neanderthals could have produced a range of complex sounds. Whether the specific neural architecture for the full modern human language capacity was present is unknown. What we can say is that Neanderthals were highly intelligent, socially complex, cognitively sophisticated beings who had been successfully adapting to the extreme environments of Ice Age Europe and Western Asia for 400,000 years. And then modern humans arrived. The fate of the Neanderthals, the question of what happened when these two populations encountered each other, is one of the most emotionally resonant questions in human prehistory. The answer that the genetic evidence now gives us is they were absorbed, not eliminated cleanly, not driven to extinction in a dramatic confrontation, but gradually and incompletely absorbed into the expanding modern human population through interbreeding, until the distinctive Neanderthal genetic lineage was diluted beyond the point where individuals could be distinguished as Neanderthals. The last Neanderthal fossil evidence dates to approximately 40,000 years ago, roughly 10,000 years after the first good evidence for modern humans in Europe. Whether that 10,000-year overlap represents a sustained period of coexistence and gradual interbreeding, or whether it represents two populations that largely avoided each other except for occasional encounters, is not clear from the available evidence. What is clear is that the Neanderthals disappeared as a recognizable population at approximately the same time that modern humans became the only hominins in Europe. And their genes, 1 to 4% of them, persist in every non-African human alive today. The Neanderthals are not entirely gone. They are in us. The same is true in different proportions and in different populations of the Denisovans. The people of Papua New Guinea and Australia carry the most Denisovan ancestry of any living population, 3 to 6%. The specific Denisovan populations they interbred with were probably Southeast Asian Denisovans, populations that have not yet been identified in the fossil or archaeological record, but whose genetic contribution to living Oceanian populations documents their existence. Beyond Neanderthals and Denisovans, there may be other archaic contributions to the modern human genome that we have not yet identified. Some African populations appear to carry genetic variants that cannot be explained by admixture with Neanderthals or Denisovans. Variants that may reflect introgression from other archaic African populations that are not known from the fossil record, and from which we have not yet recovered ancient DNA. The modern human genome is more mosaic than previously understood. The clean story of a single lineage originating in Africa and spreading across the world has been replaced by a more complex picture of a primary lineage that repeatedly encountered and mixed with other lineages. Some well documented, some only inferable from genetic signatures. We are the product of all of those encounters. Every meeting between a modern human and an archaic human that resulted in offspring left a trace in the genomes of subsequent generations. Those traces, accumulated over 50,000 years of dispersal and encounter, are the genetic record of the human journey out of Africa. And the journey began with the survivors of the Bottleneck, the small group of people in the coastal Refugia of southern Africa who painted their skin with ochre and strung their shells and talked to each other by the fire, and who were, though they could not have known it, the ancestors of every person who has ever lived since. Every Neanderthal encounter, every Denisovan contribution, every adaptive variant acquired through introgression, all of it traces back to the people who made it through the Bottleneck. Their survival made all of the rest possible, and their survival was not inevitable. It was not guaranteed. It was, as far as we can tell from the evidence, genuinely uncertain. The thread held, just barely, and we are the thread. Let me spend a little more time with what the archaic human ancestry in modern genomes actually means in practice, because the numbers, 1 to 4% Neanderthal, 3 to 6% Denisovan, can feel abstract until you understand what they represent in terms of specific genes and specific functions. The Neanderthal ancestry in modern non-African genomes is not evenly distributed across the genome. Some parts of the genome have more Neanderthal ancestry than others, and the specific parts that have more are telling. The regions of the genome with elevated Neanderthal ancestry include genes involved in immune function, particularly genes in the HLA complex, the system that helps the immune system recognize and respond to pathogens. The specific Neanderthal variants in these regions appear to have been beneficial to the incoming modern humans, helping them recognize pathogens that Neanderthals had evolved resistance to during their hundreds of thousands of years in Eurasia. When modern humans entered Europe and Western Asia, they were entering environments with specific disease ecologies, specific pathogens that Neanderthals had co-evolved with for hundreds of thousands of years. The immune systems of the incoming modern humans evolved in the African environment were not as well calibrated to these Eurasian pathogens. Interbreeding with Neanderthals and acquiring Neanderthal immune variants through the offspring of those matings would have provided an immediate and significant fitness advantage. This is one of the most remarkable examples of adaptive evolution in the entire human story. Not slow, gradual evolution over thousands of generations, near instantaneous acquisition of adaptive variants through interbreeding with a population that had already done the evolutionary work of adapting to the local disease environment. Modern humans entering Europe essentially downloaded 400,000 years of Neanderthal immune system adaptation in a single generation. The Denisovan contribution is similarly specific. The EPAS, one high-altitude adaptation in Tibetans, the Denisovan-derived gene variant that allows hemoglobin to carry oxygen efficiently at the low partial pressures found at high altitude, is the clearest example. But it is not the only one. Other Denisovan-derived variants appear to be associated with specific adaptations in the populations of Southeast Asia and Oceania, where Denisovan ancestry is highest. What these specific examples illustrate is a general principle. The mixing events between modern humans and archaic humans were not random genetic noise. They were adaptive. The specific Neanderthal and Denisovan variants that have been retained at elevated frequencies in modern populations are, almost uniformly, variants associated with adaptation to specific environments. The archaic humans were not inferior versions of modern humans. They were long adapted inhabitants of specific environments, carrying the genetic solutions to specific local challenges. Modern humans, by interbreeding with them, acquired those solutions rapidly, much more rapidly than independent evolution would have allowed. The modern human colonization of the world was, in part, a process of adaptive introgression, of acquiring local adaptations from the people who were already there. That process left its traces in every non-African genome. In the specific immune variants that help Europeans fight off Eurasian pathogens, in the high-altitude adaptation of Tibetans, in the specific variants that have been selected for in the populations of Southeast Asia and Oceania. The archaic humans were absorbed, but they left gifts. And we are still using those gifts every time our immune systems recognize a pathogen, every time a Tibetan breathes thin mountain air, every time any of the hundreds of specific adaptive Neanderthal or Denisovan variants in modern genomes does its work. The archaic humans are not gone. They are in us, working. Let me think about what it means to be the descendants of 10,000 people. Not in the abstract, not as a genetic statistic, but as an existential fact about every person alive today. Every human being, every one of the 8 billion people currently on the surface of the Earth, is descended from a group of individuals that numbered, at its minimum, in the tens of thousands. Possibly fewer. A group small enough to fit into a modern city's football stadium. A group whose genetic diversity was so constrained that the entire subsequent human species has never recovered to the level of diversity that our closest relatives carry as a matter of course. This is not ancient history in the way that the rise and fall of the Roman Empire is ancient history, or the emergence of the Sumerian civilization is ancient history. 70,000 years is recent in evolutionary terms. The genetic consequences of the bottleneck are still visible in every genome. The low diversity that resulted from the near extinction is still present. We are still, in a biological sense, living in the aftermath of the event. What does this mean for how we understand ourselves? The first thing it means is that the boundaries we draw between human groups, the racial categories, the ethnic identities, the national distinctions, are, from the perspective of deep genetics, extremely shallow. The genetic differences between any two human populations are tiny compared to the differences between populations of chimpanzees, which have never been through anything comparable to our bottleneck. A person of West African ancestry and a person of East Asian ancestry are more closely related to each other than two chimpanzees from adjacent territories in Central Africa. A person whose family has been in Europe for 100 generations and a person whose family has been in the Amazon for 100 generations share a common ancestor far more recently, in geological terms, than any other two populations of comparable size anywhere in the animal kingdom. We are one family. Not metaphorically, biologically. The genetic evidence is unambiguous. The diversity we see, the diversity of skin colors and facial features and hair types and body builds that makes every human face recognizably distinct from every other, is superficial in the genetic sense. It is the product of a few thousand years of adaptation to different climates and different levels of UV radiation. It sits on top of a genetic commonality that is extraordinary by any comparative standard. We look different. We are almost identical. The bottleneck is the reason for both. We look different because the post-bottleneck expansion sent small founding populations into isolated environments where specific adaptations were selected for. We are almost identical because the entire post-bottleneck diversity is built on the tiny founding genetic pool of the survivors. The second thing the bottleneck means is that the human story has been precarious in a way that the historical record does not convey. History, the written record of human events, begins approximately 5,000 years ago. In those 5,000 years, the human population has grown from perhaps 50 million to 8 billion. Civilizations have risen and fallen. Empires have expanded and contracted. The pace of cultural and technological change has accelerated to the point where a person from 200 years ago would barely recognize the world we live in. This story of growth and change and expansion is so dominant in the historical record that it is easy to assume it represents the normal trajectory of the human species, that growth and expansion are what humans do. But the bottleneck tells a different story. The story of a species that, for most of its existence, was not growing, not expanding, not dominating the landscape. A species that was hanging on, barely at times, in specific refugia, dependent on specific food sources, vulnerable to specific disruptions. The agricultural revolution, the emergence of cities, the expansion of the human population to 8 billion. These are the exception. They are the extraordinary, improbable outcome of a series of recoveries from catastrophes that could, at any point, have gone differently. The default trajectory of the human species, for most of its history, was not growth, it was survival. And 70,000 years ago, even survival was not guaranteed. The third thing the bottleneck means is something about resilience, about what the species is capable of when the world contracts around it. The survivors of the bottleneck did not simply endure, they innovated. They developed new tools, new resource strategies, new forms of symbolic expression. They maintained social bonds and cultural traditions under conditions of extreme environmental stress. They adapted, and the adaptations they developed, the composite tools, the marine resource exploitation, the symbolic behavior, the social networks, were not just survival strategies. They were the foundations of everything that came after. The cultural tradition that eventually produced agriculture and cities and writing began in the coastal refugia, in the shell middens, and the ochre-stained floors of the South African caves. The species survived its worst crisis by becoming more fully itself. By expressing under pressure the specifically human capacities for innovation, cooperation, and symbolic communication that eventually made everything else possible. This is not an inevitable story. It is not guaranteed that a species under existential pressure will innovate rather than simply decline. Most species that face extinction do not leave shell beads and geometric engravings as evidence of their last stand. But we did. And the specific character of what we did, the shell beads and the ochre and the composite tools and the long-distance social networks, tells us something important about what we are, about the specifically human response to adversity. We make things, we mark things, we communicate, we maintain our social bonds. We express who we are through the surfaces we inhabit and the objects we create, even when the world is ending, especially when the world is ending. Let me now think about what the bottleneck means for the relationship between the human groups that we typically think of as distinct. Every non-African human is descended through the out of Africa dispersal from a small subset of the bottleneck survivors, the group or groups that made the crossing at the Bab el-Mandeb or the Sinai and began the colonization of the rest of the world. This group was itself a subset of the African survivors, already genetically limited by the bottleneck, further limited by the dispersal. Every African human is descended from the broader group of bottleneck survivors who remained in Africa, the group that eventually gave rise to the extraordinary diversity of African populations, including the deepest diverging lineages like the San. Both groups, the African and the non-African, are descended from the same small founding population that survived the bottleneck. The difference between them is not in fundamental human nature or fundamental human capacity. It is in the specific post-bottleneck history of each group, the specific adaptations, the specific encounters with other populations, the specific cultural traditions that developed in different environments. The San people of southern Africa, who may be the most direct living representatives of the population that survived the bottleneck, carry more genetic diversity than any other human population. They are not primitive or less evolved than other humans. They are the living representatives of the longest continuous lineage of anatomically modern humans on Earth. Their traditions, their knowledge, their specific relationship to the landscape of southern Africa represent a continuity with the bottleneck survivors that no other population can claim. And yet, they are our close relatives. Genetically, in the scheme of things, we are almost indistinguishably related, all of us. The 8 billion people currently on Earth in all our diversity are one extended family, the descendants of the few who survived. I find this thought simultaneously humbling and exhilarating. Humbling because it puts the distinctions we draw between human groups, the distinctions that have caused so much suffering throughout the historical period, in their proper perspective. The genetic differences between any two human groups are tiny. The cultural differences, however significant they may be in their specific content, are all expressions of the same underlying human nature. And exhilarating because it means that every human being anywhere in the world is connected to every other human being by a bond that goes deeper than any cultural affiliation or political identity. The bond of shared descent from a small group of people who survived a crisis that could have ended the species. That bond is not abstract. It is in your genome, right now, in every cell of your body. You are related to every person who has ever lived since the bottleneck, not distantly, in the way that all life on Earth is ultimately related, closely by the specific standards of genetic relationship, closely enough that the genetic distance between you and any other person on Earth is smaller than the genetic distance between two chimpanzees from the same forest. That is an extraordinary fact, and it is one that the bottleneck produced. The near extinction of the species made us, paradoxically, the most genetically unified large-bodied species on Earth. Now let me bring this journey toward its close by sitting with the specific experience of thinking about the bottleneck, about what it feels like to hold this knowledge in the small hours of the night. There is something specific about the bottleneck that is different from the other ancient events we have been exploring in this series. The pyramids are impressive. Göbekli Tepe is mysterious. The flood myths are poignant, but they are in each case about something that happened to other people, things that ancient civilizations built or remembered or experienced. However personally connected we might feel to those events, they are ultimately about the activities of people who lived thousands of years ago in places most of us will never visit. The bottleneck is different. It is not about what happened to other people. It is about what happened to your ancestors, the specific individuals whose genes you carry, the people without whom you would not exist. Every person alive today is the descendant of individuals who survived the bottleneck. Not metaphorically descended, not ideologically affiliated, literally descended, carrying their specific genetic variants in every cell. If even one of your direct ancestors in the chain from the bottleneck to you had not survived, had been taken by disease or drought or violence or simple bad luck, you would not exist. Your specific combination of genetic variants, the specific you that is reading or listening to this, would never have come into being. The bottleneck survivors made you possible. Every one of them all the way down the unbroken chain from 70,000 years ago to the present. And they survived by doing what we are still doing: making things, marking things, maintaining their social bonds, expressing who they were through the surfaces they inhabited and the objects they created. We are their continuation, not metaphorically, literally. Let me dwell on what this continuity actually means, not in the abstract sense, but in the specific biological sense. Every cell in your body contains mitochondria, thousands of them in most cells. Each mitochondrion carries a copy of the mitochondrial genome, the small circular molecule of DNA that is the most direct biological connection you have to the women who preceded you in your maternal line, back through every generation to the bottleneck. Your mitochondrial DNA is essentially identical to your mother's, and hers to her mother's, and so on, back through the generations, with only the slow accumulation of mutations to mark the passage of time. That chain of maternal inheritance, the unbroken line of women from the bottleneck to you, is one of the most intimate connections in the whole of biology. It is more direct in some ways than any social or cultural connection. It does not pass through language or memory or conscious transmission. It passes through cells, through the most fundamental unit of biological life. The ochre-grinding woman of Blombos cave, whoever she was, whatever she thought and felt and believed, passed something to her daughter, and her daughter passed it to her daughter, and so on, down 70,000 years of daughters, until eventually it reached you. Not a story, not a tradition, a molecule, still intact, still functional, still making energy in your cells right now. This is what the bottleneck survivors gave us. Not just the genetic information that makes us who we are, though that too. Not just the cultural traditions that eventually produce language and art and civilization, though those too. But the specific, physical, molecular inheritance that connects us through an unbroken chain of biological transmission to the people who kept the species alive. The mitochondria in your cells are descended from the mitochondria in the cells of the bottleneck survivors. The same molecular machinery, maintained and replicated through 70,000 years of cellular division, is doing its work in you right now. The survivors are still alive, in this sense, in you, in every living person. The bottleneck did not end the human story. It concentrated it. It compressed the diversity of 300,000 years into the gene pool of a small coastal population, and then released that compressed inheritance into the world, where it expanded into the 8 billion people alive today. The expansion is extraordinary. The concentration was harrowing, but the thread held, and the thread is you. Let me spend a little more time with what this continuity actually implies for how we understand the human story. History, the written record, the 5,000-year span from the first cuneiform tablets to now, is how most people understand the human past. And it is a remarkable record. The rise and fall of civilizations, the development of science and philosophy and art, the slow and painful and still incomplete extension of rights and dignity to more and more people, the extraordinary technological acceleration of the last few centuries. But history is a small chapter, 5,000 years out of 300,000. The chapters before writing are not empty. They are full of people, fully human people with the same cognitive capacity, the same emotional range, the same capacity for love and grief and wonder that we have, living their lives in a world that no longer exists. The bottleneck is the most dramatic moment in those unwritten chapters, the moment when the story almost ended, when the people around the fire on the coast, whoever they were, whatever they thought and felt and believed, were carrying the entire human future in their genes and their culture and their daily practice of staying alive. They did not know they were doing this. The weight of it was not on their shoulders in any conscious sense. They were just living. But the weight is on our shoulders in a different way. We are the ones who can look back. We are the ones who can read the genetic record and understand what happened. We are the ones who can hold the knowledge that the species nearly ended and came back. And with that knowledge comes something that I can only call responsibility. Not in a heavy or burdensome sense, not the responsibility of a person who has been given a specific task and must not fail, but the lighter, more general responsibility of being the inheritors of something that was very nearly lost. The responsibility to know about it, the responsibility to be astonished by it, the responsibility to pass it on, which is what we are doing right now in this small way. The story of the fire on the coast is being told in the small hours of the night to whoever is listening. And tomorrow, that person will carry it with them, somewhere in the back of their mind, as a piece of knowledge about where they came from. The transmission continues. It always has. And the transmission itself, the act of passing something on, is one of the most specifically human things there is. Other animals transmit genetic information to their offspring. Only humans transmit cultural information across generations in the elaborated, deliberate, story-shaped way that we do. The Bottleneck survivors transmitted what they had, their specific tools, and their specific ecological knowledge, and their specific symbolic practices, their shell beads and their ochre, and their composite tools and their ways of reading the tidal patterns and knowing where the shellfish were densest. They transmitted it in the only way they could, person to person, generation to generation, in the daily practice of teaching and learning and watching and imitating. That is the foundation of all human cultural transmission. And at some point in that transmission, something was added. A story about who they were and what had happened to them. A memory, attenuated, mythologized, transformed by the passage of generations, of the world contracting, the population thinning, the coast becoming the last place. That memory entered the tradition, and it has been in the tradition ever since. In the flood myths that say the world ended in water and began again. In the traditions of a lost golden age, a world before that was richer and more complete than the world we inhabit. In the persistent human sense that something was lost, that the present is diminished, that somewhere in the past there was a wholeness that we are still trying to recover. All of that, the deepest layer of the human religious and mythological tradition, may trace back to the memory of the bottleneck, to the people who survived and knew that others had not, to the grief of a species that had nearly ended, carrying forward the knowledge of what was gone. We are still carrying it in the stories, in the genes, in the specific mitochondrial sequences that connect you through an unbroken maternal line to the women around the fire. There is one more dimension of the bottleneck story we have not yet explored. The record it left not just in our bodies but in the branching structure of every human lineage on Earth. The haplogroup tree. The specific map of how the survivors and their descendants spread across the world, written in the accumulated mutations of millions of mitochondria. That map tells a story about the journey that is as specific and as detailed as anything we have explored tonight. And it is the story of the next part of our journey. Let me tell you about the tree. Not a physical tree, not the kind that grows in the ground and puts out leaves. The phylogenetic tree, the branching diagram of human lineages that geneticists have built over the last 30 years, from the analysis of mitochondrial DNA and the Y chromosome, and the autosomal genome of people from populations around the world. The tree is one of the most extraordinary documents in the history of human knowledge. It is in effect a map of the human journey, not a map of geography, not a map of where people are now, but a map of descent. A map showing which populations split from which other populations, and approximately when, and in what sequence. Reading the tree correctly is one of the most illuminating experiences in the whole of human prehistory. Let me explain how the tree is constructed, because the method matters for understanding what the tree can and cannot tell us. Every human being carries mitochondrial DNA, the small, circular genome inherited exclusively from the mother through an unbroken maternal line. As we discussed in an earlier part of tonight's journey, mitochondrial DNA accumulates mutations at a roughly known rate. Two individuals whose maternal lines diverged from a common ancestor a long time ago will have accumulated more mutations since the divergence than two individuals whose maternal lines diverged more recently. By comparing the mitochondrial DNA sequences of many individuals from many populations around the world, and counting the mutations that separate each sequence from every other sequence, geneticists can construct a branching diagram, the haplogroup tree, that shows the evolutionary relationships between different maternal lineages. The branches of this tree are called haplogroups. Each haplogroup is defined by a specific set of mutations that all members of that haplogroup share. The haplogroup letter L0, L1, L2, M, N, R, H, and so on represents a specific branch in the tree, and every human being belongs to one of these branches. The most important feature of the tree for our purposes tonight is where its root is. The root, the oldest, deepest divergence in the entire tree, is in Africa. Specifically, the deepest divergence is between the L0 haplogroup and all other haplogroups. And the populations that carry L0 and the other deep African haplogroups are, overwhelmingly, indigenous southern African populations, primarily the Khoisan people, the San and the Ku, whose ancestors have been in southern and eastern Africa for the longest, continuously documented time. This is the genetic confirmation of what the archaeological record suggests. The deepest human lineages are in Africa. The oldest continuous human presence is in southern Africa. The people whose ancestors were most likely in the coastal Refugia during the Bottleneck carry the genetic lineages that are most deeply diverged from the rest of humanity. The L0 haplogroup is ancient. Current estimates place the divergence of L0 from the rest of the human mitochondrial tree at approximately 100 to 150,000 years ago, predating the Bottleneck by 30 to 80,000 years. This means that the L0 lineage was already distinct before the Bottleneck and survived through it. The other deep African haplogroups, L1, L2, L3, represent subsequent divergences within Africa, all of which also predate the out of Africa dispersal. The specific branching pattern within these African haplogroups is complex and is still being refined as more samples are analysed from underrepresented African populations. But the basic picture is clear. The African mitochondrial tree is deep, diverse, and ancient. The non-African tree is a small subset of it. At approximately 60 to 70,000 years ago, the period of the out of Africa dispersal, a branch of the L3 haplogroup left Africa. This branch eventually diversified into the M and N haplogroups, which are the ancestors of virtually all non-African mitochondrial lineages in the world. Every person of non-African ancestry, every European, every East Asian, every South Asian, every Aboriginal Australian, every indigenous American belongs to either haplogroup M or haplogroup N, or a descendant of one of these haplogroups. M and N are sisters. They both descend from L3. They diverged from each other at approximately the same time, during or shortly after the out of Africa dispersal. The geographical distribution of M and N is itself informative. Haplogroup M is most common in South Asia, East Asia, and among Aboriginal Australians, consistent with the southern coastal dispersal route we discussed earlier. Haplogroup N and its descendants, including haplogroup R, which is the ancestor of most European mitochondrial lineages, are found across a broader range of Eurasia, consistent with both the northern and southern dispersal routes. The specific distribution of haplogroups in different populations tells a story of branching dispersals, of populations splitting and separating as they moved into new territories, of the founding events that produced the specific genetic signatures of each regional population. Let me trace a few of these branching dispersals, because the specific routes are fascinating. The Aboriginal Australians carry some of the most ancient non-African haplogroups in the world, specifically branches of haplogroup M that diverged from Asian M lineages at a very early date. The genetic divergence between Aboriginal Australian mitochondrial lineages and Asian M lineages is consistent with a very early separation, possibly 55,000 or more years ago, which corresponds to the archaeological evidence for the earliest human occupation of Australia. This means that the ancestors of the Aboriginal Australians were among the first people to leave Africa and among the first to reach a major new landmass. They moved rapidly along the southern coast of Asia and crossed the sea to Australia, a crossing that required watercraft, even during the lower sea levels of the glacial period, because Australia was never fully connected to Southeast Asia by dry land. The people who made that crossing were extraordinary. They were among the most adventurous and most skilled navigators in the entire history of the species up to that point. They crossed open water in vessels we can only reconstruct from analogies with later technologies to reach a continent they could not have known existed. And the specific mitochondrial lineages they carried, the ancient M branches now found among Aboriginal Australians, are the genetic record of that crossing. Every Aboriginal Australian carries in their mitochondrial DNA the specific signature of the population that made that journey. The European haplogroups tell a different story. The dominant European mitochondrial haplogroup is H, a descendant of the N lineage, through a series of intermediate haplogroups, including R and pre-HV. Haplogroup H is found at high frequency across Western and Central Europe, and its specific distribution within Europe reflects the complex population history of the continent. The deepest European haplogroups, those that are most diverged from non-European populations, are found in the indigenous populations of the Iberian Peninsula, the Basque Country, Sardinia, and other areas that are thought to have served as refugia during the height of the last glacial maximum. These populations sheltered in the relatively mild western and southern margins of Europe, while the ice sheets covered much of the continent, maintained lineages that have been in Europe for approximately 40,000 years. The Basque people are particularly interesting in this context. The Basques speak a language, Euskara, that is a language isolate, completely unrelated to any other known language family. Its origins are unknown and its structure is unlike anything else in Europe. The Basques also carry a high frequency of specific genetic variants that are unusual in the wider European context. The combination of a unique language and distinctive genetics suggests that the Basques are the descendants of an ancient European population, possibly the Paleolithic hunters who occupied Western Europe before the later waves of immigration that brought farming and then steppe ancestry into the continent. Their language may be the last survivor of the languages spoken by the people who painted the cave paintings of Lascaux and Altamira. This is the kind of story the haplogroup tree tells, not just the broad strokes of the out-of-Africa dispersal, but the specific local histories of specific populations. The Refugia, where specific lineages were preserved, The crossings that brought specific populations to new territories, the expansions that spread specific haplogroups across wide geographic ranges. The Y chromosome tree tells a parallel story, the paternal equivalent of the mitochondrial tree, tracking the male lineages through which specific Y chromosomes have been transmitted from father to son across the centuries. The Y chromosome tree is in many ways more dramatic than the mitochondrial tree because Y chromosome lineages are more susceptible to the specific demographic events, conquests, population expansions, the reproductive success of specific male lineages that cause rapid shifts in haplogroup frequencies. The most dramatic example is haplogroup R1b, the most common Y chromosome haplogroup in Western Europe, found at frequencies of 60 to 90% in countries like Ireland, Scotland, Wales, and the Basque Country. R1b's current distribution in Western Europe is the product of the Bronze Age steppe migration we discussed in the context of the Indus Valley. The expansion of Indo-European speaking populations from the Eurasian steppe that transformed the genetics of Europe in the 2nd millennium BCE. Before the steppe migration, Western Europe carried different Y chromosome haplogroups, the lineages of the Neolithic farmers who had built Stonehenge and the megalithic tombs and the early European farming cultures. After the steppe migration, R1b, carried by the incoming steppe populations, came to dominate the Western European Y chromosome pool. This dramatic shift in Y chromosome frequencies from one set of lineages to another within a relatively short period is the genetic signature of a massive population movement. The steppe migrants did not replace the Neolithic farmers entirely. The mitochondrial DNA, which is less susceptible to these demographic effects, shows more continuity. But the Y chromosomes changed dramatically, reflecting the specific demographic dynamics of the migration. The haplogroup tree, read carefully, is a record of all these events. The out of Africa dispersal, the colonization of Australia, the peopling of the Americas, the steppe migration into Europe and South Asia, the specific local population histories of hundreds of regional populations. It is the most detailed history of the human journey that has ever been written. And it begins, every branch of it, in every population in the world, with the people who survived the bottleneck. The entire tree grows from that root. The root is in Africa. The root is in the coastal Refugia. The root is in the people around the fire. Every haplogroup in every person alive today is a branch of the same tree. Every person alive today is a leaf on that tree. And the tree itself, the entire branching structure of human genetic history, fits inside the span of approximately 70,000 years. The time since the bottleneck narrowed the tree to almost nothing, and then let it grow again. In the context of the 300,000 years of the species, 70,000 years is less than a quarter of the total. The entire diversity of the modern human species, all the haplogroups, all the populations, all the genetic variation that the tree represents, is compressed into that last quarter. The earlier 3/4 of the species' history is represented only in fragments. In the deepest African lineages, in the attenuated traces of the pre-bottleneck diversity that survived the compression, the tree remembers everything, but most of what it remembers is recent, and the root of all of it is that fire on the coast, 70,000 years ago, still burning. Let me spend more time with the specific implications of the haplogroup tree for our understanding of human diversity, and specifically for our understanding of what diversity actually means in the human context. We have discussed in earlier parts of tonight's journey the extraordinary genetic uniformity of the human species. The fact that two chimpanzees from the same forest are more genetically different from each other than any two human beings anywhere on Earth. The fact that the entire genetic variation of 8 billion people is less than the variation within a single chimpanzee population. The haplogroup tree is the structure of that limited variation, and looking at the tree carefully reveals something important. The variation that does exist is not randomly distributed. It is structured. It follows the branching pattern of the dispersal. It reflects the specific history of when populations split from each other and how long they have been separate. The deepest divergences, the largest genetic distances, are between African populations. The San people of southern Africa and the Hadza of Tanzania carry mitochondrial lineages that diverged from each other and from the rest of humanity, tens of thousands of years ago. The genetic distance between different African populations is larger than the genetic distance between any two non-African populations. This has a specific implication that is worth stating clearly. When we talk about human diversity, when we talk about the range of human variation, we are almost always talking about a subset of it. The diversity visible to most people, the diversity between European and Asian and African and indigenous American populations, is a fraction of the total human diversity. The deepest, most ancient human diversity is within Africa, between African populations. The rest of the world, all of it, is a subset of African diversity. The populations that left Africa and colonized the rest of the world carried a fraction of the African genetic variation with them. They were already genetically reduced relative to their African ancestors before they had left the continent. This means that Africa is not just the birthplace of the human species. It is the home of the majority of human genetic diversity. The populations that have been in Africa the longest carry the most ancient and most diverse human lineages. In a very real sense, the genetic story of humanity is still primarily an African story. The part of the story that happened outside Africa, the dispersal into Eurasia, the colonization of Australia and the Americas, the complex mixing events with Neanderthals and Denisovans, is important and fascinating. But it is a recent and geographically limited chapter of a story whose main body is African. Now let me think about what the haplogroup tree tells us about the specific experience of the out-of-Africa dispersal, about what it was like to be the small group of people who left Africa and began the colonization of the rest of the world. The genetic evidence suggests that the out-of-Africa dispersal was initiated by a small founding population, a group even smaller than the bottleneck minimum in terms of the diversity it carried. The out-of-Africa dispersal was itself a bottleneck, a secondary reduction in genetic diversity on top of the primary bottleneck. The specific M and N haplogroups that characterize all non-African populations are branches of the African L3 haplogroup. L3 is a diverse haplogroup with many sub-branches, all found in Africa. M and N are just two of those sub-branches. The founding out-of-Africa population carried only these two branches, or possibly just the ancestral lineage from which both M and N descend. The diversity of all non-African humanity, all the haplogroups of Europe, Asia, Australia, and the Americas, descends from this narrow founding lineage. The entire non-African branch of the human haplogroup tree could fit at its root in a single extended family. That founding family, the people who crossed the Bab el-Mandeb or the Sinai and began the journey that would eventually produce the populations of every non-African part of the world, probably numbered in the hundreds or low thousands, possibly fewer. They were a splinter of the bottleneck survivors, a small group that, for whatever reason, a period of particularly favorable conditions on the dispersal route, a specific social arrangement that facilitated movement, or simply chance, found themselves moving outward from the African continent into new territory. And from those few hundred or few thousand people within the space of perhaps 20 to 30,000 years, modern humans had reached every habitable landmass on Earth except Antarctica. Australia at 55,000 years ago or earlier, South Asia at approximately the same time, East Asia at perhaps 45,000 years ago, Europe at approximately 45,000 years ago, the Americas, the last major landmass to be colonized, at between 20 and 15,000 years ago. The speed of this dispersal is staggering, from a small founding population on the Horn of Africa to the tip of South America in 30 to 40,000 years. That is approximately 1,500 to 2,000 generations. 1,500 generations to go from one coast of Africa to the other end of the Americas. Every generation moved a little further. Every generation reached a little deeper into territory that no human being had ever entered before. Every generation found new food, new landscapes, new challenges, new opportunities. The haplogroup tree records every step of this journey, not in the specific details of specific individuals making specific decisions. Those details are lost, but in the branching structure of the lineages that each founding population carried, and the mutations that accumulated in those lineages as the populations grew and spread. Every haplogroup is a marker of a specific moment in the journey, a mutation that arose in one individual, in one generation, in one place, and was transmitted forward through all subsequent descendants. Every person alive today carries the specific set of haplogroup-defining mutations that accumulated in their lineage as their ancestors moved through the world. You carry those mutations right now, in every mitochondrion, in every cell of your body. The record of the journey is in you. The haplogroup tree is not just a document in a database. It is written in the biology of every living person. That is, I think, one of the most extraordinary facts in the whole of human history. Let me now bring the journey toward its close by asking a question that might seem strange at first. What does the bottleneck mean for the future? Not for our distant evolutionary future, not for the question of what the species will look like in 1,000,000 years, but for the near future, for the kind of future that is within the range of our concern and our responsibility. The bottleneck is not just ancient history, it is a feature of our current biology. The genetic consequences of the near extinction are still present, right now, in the genetic structure of the entire human species. And those consequences have implications for the future that are worth understanding. Let me start with what conservation biologists call the minimum viable population. Conservation biology, the science of protecting endangered species, has developed over the last 50 years a detailed understanding of what it takes for a small population to survive and recover. The specific tools and concepts of conservation genetics are directly applicable to the human story, because the human species 70,000 years ago was exactly the kind of small, genetically depleted population that conservation biologists work to save. The minimum viable population, the MVP, is the smallest population size at which a species has a reasonable chance of surviving for a given period, taking into account the risks of inbreeding, genetic drift, and random demographic fluctuations. The most commonly cited MVP figures come from a rule of thumb known as the 50/500 rule, proposed by the geneticist Ian Franklin, and subsequently modified and debated. The rule states that a population needs at least 50 individuals to avoid the short-term genetic problems caused by inbreeding, the accumulation of harmful recessive mutations that occurs when closely related individuals mate. and a population needs at least 500 individuals to maintain sufficient genetic diversity for long-term evolutionary adaptability, to have enough variation to respond to changing environmental conditions. 50 individuals for short-term survival, 500 for long-term health. These numbers are rough guides, not precise thresholds, and they have been revised upward by subsequent research. Some modern analyses suggest that the long-term viability threshold is closer to 5,000 individuals, which is why the original 50 over 500 rule is sometimes updated to a 50 over 5,000 rule. But even with those upward revisions, the human species, at its bottleneck minimum, was near or below the lower threshold. The effective population of 10,000 is above the modern long-term viability estimate, but the actual census population, which may have been considerably smaller in specific refugia, may have been very close to the edge of the viability range. We were, by the standards of modern conservation biology, a critically endangered species. Critically endangered, the kind of population that, if it were a non-human species today, would be the subject of emergency captive breeding programs, habitat protection orders, and international conservation agreements. The kind of population that, by any reasonable prior estimate, should have gone extinct. And yet, it did not. Why? The answer, as far as we can reconstruct it, is a combination of factors. The specific resilience of the coastal refugia, the reliable marine food sources, the diverse plant resources, the buffered climate, the specific cognitive and cultural capacity of the survivors, the composite tools, the marine foraging knowledge, the social networks, the specific ecological knowledge encoded in the cultural traditions of the refugia population, and luck. Pure, undirected, uncaring luck. If the volcanic winter had lasted another decade, if a disease had swept through the coastal population at the wrong moment, if a tsunami had struck the specific stretch of coast where the survivors were concentrated, if the monsoon had failed for one more year. Any of these things could have happened. None of them did. The human species survived not because it was destined to survive, not because it was specially adapted to survive, not because any cosmic force was protecting it. It survived because the specific combination of circumstances that would have ended it did not occur at the same time and in the same place. The survival of the species was contingent. It was not guaranteed. And understanding that it was not guaranteed is, I think, one of the most important things that the bottleneck teaches us. The second thing the bottleneck tells us about the future is something about genetic vulnerability. The low genetic diversity of the human species, the legacy of the bottleneck, is not just an interesting fact about our history. It is a feature of our current biology that has practical consequences. Genetic diversity in a population is the raw material for adaptation. When the environment changes, when a new pathogen emerges, when the climate shifts, when food sources become scarce, the individuals in a genetically diverse population are more likely to include some with specific variants that confer resistance or resilience to the new challenge. The population can adapt because it has the variation to draw on. A genetically uniform population has less variation to draw on. If a new pathogen emerges that is specifically adapted to the specific immune system architecture that most members of the population share, the population is more vulnerable than a genetically diverse one would be. Humans are genetically uniform relative to most species. Our low diversity means that we are, in principle, more vulnerable to specific kinds of pathogen than more diverse species would be. In practice, this vulnerability is partially offset by the enormous size of the human population. With 8 billion people, even rare genetic variants that confer resistance to a specific pathogen are likely to be present in enough individuals to prevent total extinction. But the specific impact of a novel pathogen can be significantly shaped by the population's genetic structure. The COVID-19 pandemic provided a recent, real-world illustration of this principle. The specific genetic variants associated with severe COVID-19 outcomes, variants in genes related to immune function and inflammation, varied across individuals and contributed to the wide range of outcomes from the same pathogen. The specific genetic architecture of individual immune systems, shaped by the long history of the species, including the bottleneck and the subsequent dispersal, influenced who became severely ill and who did not. This is a modest example, but it illustrates the principle. Genetic diversity, or the lack of it, has practical consequences for population health and resilience. The third thing the bottleneck teaches us is something about the relationship between population size and cultural complexity. We discussed in an earlier part of tonight's journey the work of Joseph Henrich on the relationship between population size and the complexity of cultural traditions. Larger, more connected populations accumulate and maintain more complex cultural traditions. Smaller, more isolated populations tend to lose cultural complexity over time, as knowledge dies with individuals and is not replaced. The human species has been through multiple cycles of this process. The bottleneck, the most severe reduction in population size, was the most dramatic episode of potential cultural loss. The subsequent recovery and expansion has been, on net, a story of cultural accumulation and increasing complexity. But smaller-scale versions of the same process have occurred repeatedly throughout human history. The isolation of specific populations, the Tasmanians, the Fuegians, populations on remote islands, has sometimes been associated with loss of specific technological traditions. The recontact of isolated populations has sometimes been associated with the rapid reacquisition of technologies that had been lost. Understanding this dynamic, the relationship between population connectivity and cultural complexity, is relevant to thinking about the future. In a world where global communication is essentially instantaneous and where the vast majority of the human population is connected to a global network of cultural exchange, the risk of the kind of cultural loss that occurs in small, isolated populations is reduced, but not eliminated. The bottleneck is a reminder that the cultural complexity we have accumulated, the science, the art, the technology, the institutional knowledge, is not permanent. It requires a connected, sufficiently large human population to maintain it. Catastrophic reductions in population size, or catastrophic disruptions of the networks that connect people, could produce losses from which recovery might be very slow. This is not a comfortable thought, but it is an honest one. The fourth and final thing I want to say about the bottleneck's relevance to the future is about what the near extinction teaches us about the value of the diversity we have. The human species, as we have discussed, is genetically uniform compared to most species. But it is not genetically uniform in an absolute sense. There is variation. The distribution of that variation, the specific haplogroups, the specific immune system variants, the specific genetic adaptations to different environments, represents tens of thousands of years of diversification since the bottleneck. That post-bottleneck diversity is precious, not in a sentimental sense, not just because diversity is aesthetically pleasing or politically desirable, but in a functional sense. The genetic diversity of the human population is the raw material for the species' future adaptation. It is the variation that will allow the species to respond to whatever environmental challenges the future presents. The conservation of that diversity, the specific preservation of the genetic lineages that represent the deepest and most ancient human variation, particularly the lineages found in indigenous African populations, is not just an ethical obligation. It is a practical investment in the species' future. The populations that carry the oldest and most diverse human lineages, the San, the Hadza, the Sandawi, the indigenous populations of the African continent, are the living custodians of the genetic heritage that the bottleneck almost destroyed. Their languages, their cultures, their specific ecological knowledge, and their genomes represent a continuity with the bottleneck survivors that no other human populations can claim. The loss of those populations, the loss of those languages and those cultures and those genomes would be a loss that could not be recovered. Not in any human time frame. The specific genetic variants that those populations carry, accumulated over tens of thousands of years of separate history, are unique. They cannot be reconstituted from other populations once they are gone. This is the conservation biology perspective on the bottleneck. The near extinction was survived. The recovery has been extraordinary. But the recovery was not complete. The diversity that existed before the bottleneck was not restored. What we have now is what survived. And what survived is both precious and fragile. We nearly ended once. The planet is still here, the coastlines are still there. But the specific combination of circumstances that nearly ended us, the environmental stress, the small population, the geographic concentration in a small area, could recur. Not in the specific form of a volcanic winter necessarily, but in forms that the modern world makes possible: pandemic disease, climate disruption, nuclear war, ecological collapse. The specific catastrophes are different. The underlying vulnerability, a large globally connected population with low genetic diversity, dependent on a complex and fragile global infrastructure, is real. The bottleneck is a warning as well as a story. It is the species' own memory of what near extinction felt like, encoded in every genome, present in every haplogroup, written in the structure of every human family tree. We carried it through, and we should remember that we did. Let me think about what it means to hold this knowledge, to carry the awareness that the species nearly ended and survived and became 8 billion in the small hours of the night. There is something both terrifying and comforting about the bottleneck story. Terrifying because it was real. The near extinction was not a myth or a metaphor, but a measurable biological event whose traces are still present in every genome. Comforting because it was survived, because the people on the coast kept going, because the thread held. The terror and the comfort are both appropriate responses. The world is genuinely fragile. Catastrophes happen, species go extinct. The universe is indifferent to the survival of any particular lineage. And yet, here we are, 8 billion descendants of 10,000 survivors, writing and reading and listening and wondering about the deep past, making art and building cities, and lying awake in the dark, thinking about shell beads and ochre engravings on the coast of Africa 70,000 years ago. Here we are, the specific combination of luck and resilience and cognitive capacity that allowed the bottleneck survivors to make it through is the same combination that produces the world we live in today. Not a guaranteed combination, not a protected one, but a real one. It worked before, and the awareness that it worked before, that the species has already been to the edge and come back, is not a reason for complacency, but it is a reason for a specific kind of hope. Not optimism, which requires believing things will work out. Hope, which only requires believing they might. The survivors did not know they would survive. They were just living, finding food, maintaining social bonds, making tools, telling stories around the fire. And in doing those things, the ordinary, necessary, specifically human things, they made survival possible. We are still doing those things. The fire is still burning. The night is very deep now. And the questions have been very large. And the journey back to the edge, back to the fire on the coast, back to the 30 people in the dark with the Milky Way overhead, has been a long one. Let me say one more thing before we let the night go. The bottleneck is the deepest common experience in the history of the species. Before the flood myths, before the emergence of civilization, before agriculture or language as we know it, before anything that the historical record can access. All of human history, everything we have explored across this series, every civilization and every catastrophe and every recovery, is downstream of the bottleneck. The Sumerians who wrote the king list were the bottleneck survivors' descendants. The Egyptians who built the pyramids were the bottleneck survivors' descendants. The Harappan people who built the grid cities and the covered drains were the bottleneck survivors' descendants. And you are the bottleneck survivors' descendant. The entire arc of human history, from the fire on the coast to tonight, is a single story. A story of survival and recovery and expansion, and the building of increasingly complex ways of being human. A story with a near ending at its beginning that shaped everything that followed. The near ending is why we are so closely related. The near ending is why every human language traces back to the same ancestral speech community. The near ending is why the cultural traditions of the entire world share certain deep structural similarities, because they all ultimately descend from the culture of the coastal survivors. The near ending shaped us, and knowing that it shaped us, carrying the awareness of the near ending in the same cells that carry its genetic legacy, is one of the most profound things a human being can know about themselves. You nearly didn't exist, not personally. Your specific existence depends on the entire chain of ancestors from the bottleneck to the present, and that chain is implausible enough on its own. But the species nearly didn't exist. The possibility of you, the possibility of any human being, nearly ended on a coast in Africa 70,000 years ago. And then it didn't. And here you are, in the dark, still going. The specific combination of cells and thoughts and history that is you, the product of 70,000 years of unbroken survival, is here, in this moment, receiving a story about the people whose survival made you possible. That is the loop closing. That is the thread completing one of its longest circuits. The fire on the coast was the beginning, and this, you here now listening, is somewhere in the middle. Not the end. There is no end yet. The thread is still holding. Let everything settle now. Let the haplogroup tree rest in the databases of the genetics laboratories, its branches reaching from the bottleneck survivors to every person alive today. Let the specific mitochondrial sequences, L0, L1, M, N, H, and all the others, rest in the cells of all the people who carry them. Let the San people of southern Africa rest, the living representatives of the oldest continuous human lineage, the people whose ancestors were, in all probability, in the coastal Refugia when the world contracted. The people whose genomes carry the deepest and most ancient human genetic variation. Let the Blombos cave rest, its ochre-stained sediments undisturbed except where the archaeologists have carefully excavated. The shell beads still in their museum cases, the engravings still on their stones. Let the Toba caldera be what it is now, a beautiful lake in the highlands of Sumatra, reflecting the stars. The ash has settled. The volcanic winter has long since passed. The vegetation grew back. The animals returned. The small group of coastal foragers expanded, slowly at first, and then with increasing speed, until they had become the entire human species. All of them descended from the few. All of them carrying the genetic legacy of the near extinction in every cell. All of them connected by the unbroken chain of descent, the chain that held through everything to the people around that fire. Including you, right now, in the dark. You are the end of a chain that reaches back 70,000 years without breaking. Every generation, in every environment, through every catastrophe and recovery and dispersal and encounter, the chain held. It held when the volcanic winter fell. It held when the Neanderthals were met. It held when the first boats crossed to Australia. It held when the first seeds were planted. It held through the rise and fall of every civilization we have explored in this series. It held through everything, and it reaches, unbroken, to you. The people who survived the near extinction were not special. They were not chosen. They were simply the ones who happened to be in the right place, with the right knowledge, at the right time. And in surviving, they made you possible. That is not nothing. That is, in its quiet way, the most extraordinary fact in the whole of human history. Rest now. The thread is still holding, and so are you. Sleep well.